We're back with Zadnor, apparently. But no, for real, we're going to be doing Eden today. I just want to share something that always amuses me about this. So, it's like, hey, what's up? He's like, hello, Blade Runner. And something about that just has never failed to amuse me, that they always call me Blade Runner. Anyways, rank me up. A new quest is now available. That's cool, but I'm still on the last one. Now, I'm going to check the guy really quick to see if I can finally buy the move faster thing, which... Oh, where the hell is he? There we go. Move faster. Hey, Zadno writing map. Boop. Yes, please. Oh, thank God. Still not happening. Why isn't it happening? I guess that is it. That does not feel faster. Get dumped in a weird place? Yeah, it feels. A lot of random things in my inventory. Hang on. Is this it? There it is, there it is. There we go. That should be better. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that's so much better. I hate Mount 1 speed so much. I can't wait to get to Endwalker and have to do Mount 1 speed in every zone. Okay, we did it. We hit rank 18. Shoutouts and thanks to Rax and US and Corp for helping me to do that crap. Oh, wrong direction. Let's go get out of here. Oh, neck. Yes. Yeah, note to self, always heal Zadnor unless we have a kill squad. Okay. Let's hit the Crystarium. 7 ranks to go, consequently. Hey, Darth Trinius. Good morning, Lanirith. Oh, I can access Endor too. Woo! Good morning, Zedslayer. Good morning, Gundinium. Emperor Valerian, the computer cursed. Loner, Camper, Velvedrix, Leander, FM Word, Omega. Who's this Omega Legion guy? Okay, so. Yeah, Red Mage. For the first one. And this way. There's this guy here. It's weird. What's up? Have you seen Reen? No, not since we left. I'll go get her. Okay. No rush on my account. I'm good. It's good. We're all good here. By the way, anybody wants to join for Eden 1, this is a good time to go ahead and be like, hey. Also Eden 2, Eden 3, and Eden 4. Because I'm pretty... By memory, those are going to be pretty back-to-back. Oh, blah. I'm sorry, Rax. This is just the cursed morning, isn't it? Right, speaking of which, hang on, let me double-check something. Speaking of cursed mornings... I paid my rent like a week ago because I tend to pay in advance because it's me and it helps me to keep track of a few things. And I checked yesterday and it still said I hadn't paid, and so I'm checking really quick. Okay, I do not have... Looks like it finally went through yesterday between last night and today. Last thing I need is them being like, hey, we're going to charge you overage because, or whatever they call it, because screw you. Anyway, so, yeah, let's talk to these people. Hi, wonderful, glorious people. What's up? So, I'm ready to accept everything. I'm willing to do everything, Reen. Let's do it. There was a strange concentration. The empty. Yes, we know what the empty is. Can't tell what it is, but we have to find it. It might even be another light warden. Duck, duck, duck. Good morning, PB. Good fate. Good morning, Sputnik Lock. Good morning, Fife. Sorry. Alright, so Thancred and Urianger are there. Oh, wow. Cool. Let's do it. Yeah, no, let's do it. We need to meet Gaia, after all. And for her to not be in anything else for some reason. Good morning, US Corp. And again, thank you to US Corp and Drax for helping me to do stuff. Based on what I've already seen, I'm pretty sure I am physically incapable of soloing Zadnor, which is okay, because I'm pretty close to that for Boja anyways, so nothing new. We were three-manning stuff reasonably well, though. So that gives me a range. It's a blessing to see thee, so hell. Trying to drag you all the way out here. I have a feeling you'll miss this place when we see where we're going next, though. Good morning, Tim. The one-man quest sucks! Oh, sorry. Still had a bit of left stuck in my throat. Don't worry, I'm told the Eden quests are a good cleanser. I hope the desert creatures didn't give you too much trouble on the way here. If you don't mind, Rex, please. Yeah. I doubt they posed any sort of challenge to him. Would that I could say with the same confidence about whatever is waiting for us out there. Even if the light, she said, turns out to be nothing of consequence, the empty is probably the most welcoming of places. Anything that can survive out there is not to be trifled with. Moreover, it should be reiterated that the light-blasted wastelands pose us as a severe threat to as any foe that we might face. Not sure I agree with that. In any event, we're in agreement that this phenomenon does warrant investigation. Though for lack of more precise means of navigation, we must rely on Reen's innate abilities to guide us. I have formed several hypotheses regarding the nature of the light, but speculation is a poor substitute for first-hand observation. Hence the epoch over there. The Sky Slipper. Ugh. Excuse me. Who did those seats? Who did that upholstery? Though the light has been expunged from Norvrant, the ambient ether of the empty is still corrupted. Dangerously so, in fact. The flood of light devastated everything in its wake, soil, air, water, rendering all incapable of supporting light. 'Tis due to this imbalance the empty remaineth utterly uninhabitable even a century thereafter. Yeah, I saw the trunk. That's why we're taking every possible precaution. Between the etherometers I've packed and Reen's unique abilities, we should be able to detect and measure any fluctuation in our alignments. According to the Crystarium scouts, a few days out won't affect us to any noticeable degree, but longer than that, we risk becoming sin-eaters. Since we don't know how Chocobos and Amaro fare in the empty, we opted for a more mechanical mode of transportation, courtesy of the Mean, who found it in the Crystal Tower. And restored it to working order. It's quite safe, I promise. The person in charge says he'll have parts delivered from the Crystarium should everything break. What if it breaks out there? He seemed quite eager to see what we bring back from the empty, even though I told him we're not hunting for treasure. I'll introduce you if you have a chance to stop by Mortsuk at some point. Anyway. Damn it, Zand. This is why I hate Zand. Shall we? To the empty! Whee! A name like the Empty, I wasn't expecting much in the way of pleasant scenery, but this is downright depressing. Aw, see you around, Leander, hopefully. Or you could join us. Approximately 9/10 of the world there's this. A slate all but wiped clean. Yeah, it's weird to think about, isn't it? We're enough for the wars of darkness and Minfilia. Rena, you sure we're heading the right direction? Yep. Okay. I was gonna, what's that place in Botswana? The Makati. That's it. The Makati. I have to say it's a touch larger than I was expecting. Is it sleeping? Dun dun dun. Oh, well, that's fair, Leander. Listen, tell your job you have to go raid in FF14. This is so obvious. No, it's waking up. Which may or may not be a good thing. Is it a light warden? No. It's being filled with light. It is light! The first Sin Eater. Long have I strived to unravel the mysteries surrounding the flood of light, to discover what set the terrible cataclysm in motion, yeah, what pushed it over the edge. Every thread leads to the same conclusion, the same single point. Or a single being. I have reason to believe the entity we see before us is the first Sin Eater, the instigator of the flood, the very foe Minfilia vanquished a century ago. God, it's beautiful in its whole horrible way, isn't it? She gave everything she had and won. But this abomination could undo her work. Hi, Zektaft. The possibility cannot be denied, though it is offset destruction and creation are but two sides of the same coin. Reen, knowest thou of what I speak? The power to shape reality, to bend the laws of nature, for what was once shattered may be forged anew. That's all well and good, but don't you think we should give it a name first? Let's call it Eden. Cad Bane versus Stormtroopers? If Cad Bane doesn't beat a bunch of Stormtroopers, he's doing something wrong. Oh yeah, Eden, of course, means utopia in Fae. Figure. That's settled. Maybe we should find a spot to set up camp. I even brought a few tents, the off chance, but pitching the damn thing to something of a finer... Anyone want to help me? Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's sleep in the empty. Imagine the dreams you'd have out here. Or rather, don't imagine that. That might be a better task. So, XIV music. I hope you like XIV music. We're going to be hearing a lot of it. Though frequent rest may allay the symptoms of prolonged exposure to the empty ambient ether, it would be unwise to linger here over long. I realize putting up tents can be such a bother. Still, I'm glad we got there in the end. I mean, those are really big tents. I think we should be back from the scouting area soon. Once he's here, we can plan our next move. It's a good question, Blade Troll. I'm not even sure. Hi, Dakota. Yeah. Eden gear, which I don't care about at all. What's taking Thancred so long? I admittedly like the Salt Flats Overworld song a bit better, but the classic Overworld song in 8 is pretty legit. Well, that was rather uneventful, now that I'm complaining. Did you find anything? Oh, probably US and Corp. No, thankfully, there's not but barren plains in every direction, apart from Eden, obviously. I tried approaching it, the brute didn't even seem to notice me. I thought it best not to tempt fate, so I withdrew. We should act now before it's fully awake. Meaning what exactly? When I just think about the flood of light, I get the feeling rather than destroying everything in its path, what it did was stop the flow of ether. Of course, that meant all the plants, animals, and people could no longer survive, and they've long since crumbled to dust. But the ether's still there, it's just dormant. Yeah, no, that tracks. If Eden is the one that caused it, maybe we can get it flowing again. So I'm going to jump in here really quick. If there was such a thing as a mass terraforming device that functioned by getting ether into proper state again, that would be invaluable. Remember, we still have giant chunks of wrong terrain back in our planet. In fact, I was just at one with Zadnor, but there's also, just the stuff in the ARR zones, right? Never mind Ishgard and the Eternal Winter. I believe Minfilia halted the flood of light's advance not by destroying Eden, but by silencing it. And in so doing, she hath gifted us an opportunity too precious to waste. Even now, the flame of hope burns on. As Minfilia's successor, it stands to reason that Reen doth possess a means to exert her will over Eden, but such a monumental task is not to be taken lightly. What sayest thou, Lore? Ah, she's got this. Yeah, another good example of Mega Legion. Like I said, this planet, honestly desperately needs some terraforming. And by this planet, I mean, obviously the first does. But I mean, even the source could really use some terraforming. So, yeah. I have an idea. I've been studying it carefully ever since we arrived, and it seems to be the light is more concentrated at a certain point. I guess you could call it its core? The giant Talos had a core, too, like a beating heart, controlling the flow of ether. If Eden's core is the same, maybe we could use it to restore etheric balance. Theory is sound. By employing Ethernet shards as beacons, maybe we could trace the ethereal flow to the Eden's core, and in so doing secure the means to teleport to the very heart of the beast. Thankfully, the Settlement Council has kindly furnished us with a plethora of apparatus by which to perform such feats. However, we must needs have Reen study the entity's interior and chart us a suitable course. Once we have reached our destination, I shall fabricate a means by which we may communicate directly with Eden, and mayhap exert a direct measure of control over it. You could do that, Ariadne? All credit is due to a dear friend, a gentle soul long since departed, who imparted me a wealth of knowledge concerning etherology. Although I am certain she would be all too quick to chastise my methodology. Excuse me for interrupting this trip down memory lane, but I don't imagine that Eden will be too happy about us rummaging about in its innards, for want of a better term. In all seriousness, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a welcoming party. Maybe you should lead the way, Lore. Well, it's true he's the only one who can defeat a Lightworm, but I'd rather not rely on him more than we have to. Yes, I haven't forgotten about what happened when he absorbed too much light. But as Elise said, making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. Now, I wish I could put down words myself, but I can't, and there's no point pretending I can, and that's why I'm asking Lore. Then perhaps I could... You already have a job to do, remember? The only reason this plan even has a chance of success is because of your involvement. We need you to concentrate on the task at hand and guide us to the core. Not only that, you have to keep an eye on the Eden itself. If we somehow manage to make it angry, get us out of here. You sure you want to go through with this? Yeah. No, not this. This is my job. It's my job. I got this. Yeah, Though we will remain here, Reen and I shall do our utmost to guide thee along the ethereal stream. After thou hast breached the exterior, we shall remain in contact via link pearls, courtesy of our comrades in the Crystarium. Being relics salvaged from the Crystal Tower, I fear they are less reliable than the ones thou art accustomed. Now, I think I just said Light Warden a bit quickly, and that's where you heard Lightmorn. I was trying to figure out where you would see Lightmorn in that. Oh, wow, that was fast. I actually thought we had another quest thing before we could do the first one. I'm good to go. The teleportation apparatus has been calibrated successfully. I believe the probability of irreversible disintegration relatively low. And ready when you are. Yeah, we can wait for Reggie. I don't mind. If I talk to Thancred. Can't get this bloody thing lit. Must be because the ether is stopped flowing. Though if this plan of hers actually works, we have to stop calling this place the Empty. Yeah, we'll call this place... Utah. So, questions. I've been through Utah. I've actually been through the Salt Flats specifically. It's actually fascinating, really. I wish I could have gone, I forget what they call it, but they have an entire sequence of racing events out on the flats. And I've never been able to participate, but I've wanted to several times. No, if I was going to insult a place, I'd call this Kansas. Just screw Kansas. There's a lot of good people living in Kansas, but the state as a whole can go to hell. It's just, oh. Anyways. It is... Actually, Kansas isn't flat, for those of you who've been there. Kansas is just this. Endlessly, forever. Alright, so questions. Let's pull some questions over here. Um, Eclectic asks something. Eclectic's not here. Reggie's here. User Corpse, I already answered that one. I already answered that one. I already answered that one. Tim says, you are now in charge of all tax laws in the U.S. How do you improve it? Okay. I can do this. I can do this. First, I spend years studying and analyzing and working. And then I spend the taxes properly, and then we're good. Okay, cool. So, see, the problem is the answer to that question is I do it properly. Which I know sounds like duh, but that is the answer. If you want a really short answer, Sweden. No, really. I know that's not going to answer it for most people. I imagine most people won't know what I mean by that, but that's tough. Because I'm not summarizing Swedish tax code, which I have actually studied, because Sweden is one of the, 5 nations I've looked into moving to someday. And I actually rather enjoy how they do taxes. It is something I agree with, approve of, whatever you want to think of that. In summary, the tax rate... So let me... When it comes to taxing... most countries have, I forget what it's actually called, but it's a band of tax rate between poor and rich, right? And how big or small that band is kind of varies from country to country. In the United States, that band is supposed to be really big, but what actually happens is the band actually cuts off over here. But in Sweden, that band is actually really small. The amount that I would be taxed in Sweden is not all that different from the amount of rather which person will be taxed in Sweden, in terms of percentages. Now, what that means is everyone is pouring into the pool, and there's a lot of things that they specifically spend that on, which allow for people to exist even if, and this is the critical thing, they don't have a job. Now, you might be thinking, what's useful about having social welfare in the case of people not having a job? Because the biggest argument that usually goes against that concept here in the States is, well, that'll just encourage people to be lazy. Now, that is most likely true. There are plenty of people who, if they didn't have to have a job, probably wouldn't. But you know what this does mean? It means there's a safety net. Let me explain what I mean by that. So if you live in the United States, which I imagine a decent amount of you do, and you decide, I want to go into business for myself. I want to make video games. I want to make pancakes. I want to make tea, whatever, right? If you do that, that's a huge step. And if you fail, you're probably screwed. If you don't have a family member who can take you in or help support you while you're doing that, which a lot of us don't, then you have no safety net whatsoever, and if your business fails, you're gone. You are destitute and probably going to be homeless, right? You're less willing to take that risk because of the fact that the consequence of failure is so high. This is one of the reasons why, again, going back to statistics, here in the U.S., has people getting into business themselves are way, way lower than a lot of other countries. But in Sweden, it's actually a really high percentage of people because that safety net is there. In other words, the safety net means if that business fails, you're okay. If your adventure fails, if your endeavor fails, if your investment fails, you're okay because you're going to still have the basic necessities. You're not going to be literally homeless and literally starving as a result of that failure. And thus, while some people decide to do no work, a lot of people decide to do their own work. And again, going back into economics for a minute, people going into business for themselves, spreading out, adding to industry is almost universally a good thing. It also means a lot more local stuff, which also tends to be good for a lot of other reasons. Social reasons and economic reasons, all sorts of stuff. So it's kind of a net positive situation. So that's kind of where I would go with tax code. Short answer. Next question. Am I familiar with hyperbolic geometry? Oh, that's a eclectic question. Hang on. But I'm not. Hyperbolic geometry. What is this? What is this? Oh, actually, yeah, no, I do know what hyperbolic geometry is. Never mind. Yeah, Finland trialed basic universal income. I don't actually know what Finland did with that because I haven't studied Finland's economy to the extent that I have Sweden, so I can't speak to that. Hi, Elizar. Here's what you do, Yosacorp. First thing you do is move to China. All right, so most recent game I love to play, but I absolutely suck at. this is a few years ago, but I think it still qualifies. Sekiro. For all the problems I had with Sekiro, it was a game that I enjoyed on several levels that I just wasn't good at. If you remember, we ran into a wall. There was a specific boss I couldn't get past, and I'm not going to say who it was. And it's just, that was a wall, so we had to cheat so I could play the rest of the game. And that just kind of sucked. Favorite flavor birthday cake? I don't like birthday cake. Let's see here. Which Darth Vader scene is more terrifying? Rogue One or the game? Game. Let's see here. What else we got? Does Party Chat already answered that one? Harriet. Is Harriet here? I don't think Harriet's here. I'll save that question. I answered that question. Answered that question. Answered that question. That's a lot of these questions. Disco is not here, so I'm not going to answer. Damn it! Hang on. Scrolling down, scrolling down. Casual asked a question, but I don't think Casual's here either. A lot of these people are not here right now. Loner asked a question. Who do you think could escalate the MCU up from Endgame? Galactus, Lady Death, Dormammu, or someone else? I mean, we know the one they're going with, by the way, which I disagree with. Honestly, as funny as it sounds, if you have to go up from... If you put a gun to my head and say, Lore, we need to raise the stakes from Endgame, and I've already argued with them for like 40 minutes that no, we shouldn't, but they keep arguing back at me. I'm like, okay, fine. You bring in Ensaba Nur, a.k.a. Apocalypse. That's my answer, put simply. Now here's the thing. You're probably thinking, but there's higher tier stuff than Apocalypse in Marvel, and you're right. But you're also incredibly wrong. So here's the thing. One of the unfortunate realities of a lot of long-standing series is when you establish who the peak is, if you account for everything, then you get misleading data. Let me put this another way. Over in Star Trek the original series, there's some random race, which I don't even remember the name of off the top of my head, who conquered an entire galaxy by themselves. Now, if I asked you, what's the highest tier and species in Star Trek, what do you answer? Actually, real question, what do you answer? But you already see where I'm going with this. Because if you take into account everything, even the stuff that only shows up for one episode, or one issue, or one story arc, and then is forgotten forever, then all of a sudden, a lot of the threats of the week, a lot of the bad writing stuff, just kind of is the highest tier, is the best tier, by virtue of thinking about it for 5 seconds. But the problem is that's not really the highest tier, isn't it? The Kelvins, that's what they're called. The Kelvins are not the highest tier, even though they've conquered an entire galaxy, which is a feat that's insane in Star Trek terms. Or what about the 7 or 8 different godlike entities that exist in TOS, of which there are several? No, you think of the Q or the Borg. Those are exactly 2 I was thinking of. Why? Because those are the 2 established entities, which are still very high tier, as opposed to being one-offs. Who's more powerful? The Dominion or the Voth? Logically speaking, you could argue the Voth are actually higher tier than the Dominion, but they're only in one episode of one show, whereas the Dominion are the Dominion. So, that's why I would go with Apocalypse, even though there is higher tier than him, there actually kind of isn't. Moving on. Well, again, I haven't played... So, Zach Teft... I don't think there's a question here, but I'll read this out loud. Zach Teft says, I mean, is this a bit much in Resident Evil? Look at the tier of superpowers in Resident Evil. The low level is what Jill had in Resident Evil 5 when she was Wesker's assassin, when Wesker gave her the same superpower as Captain America, and Wesker had the powers of Neo from The Matrix, and in Village, one of the villains has Magneto's powers. So all of that, I feel like the question there is that too high for Resident Evil? To which I'm going to go and say, yeah, I do think Resident Evil is at its funnest when it's relatively low tier. You know, like, what was his name? Sadler, I think, in 4. Like, what was his superpower? He had a crab in his body, and that's it, you know? And I think it works better when it's at that tier, personally. Not just a low-tier thing, just I think it works better. There's Mr. Red's question, which I actually already answered. There's a Gum question. I don't think they're there right now. I already answered Tim's question. Paranoid Android is not here right now. Nobody's here! I've ever thought about doing Hors d'oeuvres again. Many times, but I won't. Unless I take over the world. Most recent game that disappointed you? Looking at my review page. I was gonna say, Mummy Demastered is probably it because it's literally the last game we played. I'm trying to see what was disappointing to me before that. I suppose Tiny and Big would qualify. Holy crap! I wasn't expecting much with Shattered Universe. That did disappoint me. Prey actually disappointed me a bit. Go ahead and ask Elizar. But no promises I'll get to them, because I do have... we have a pause moment here. But... I can heal, and I can tank if I need to. Hang on. Oh, Nick! Whose fault was the disappointment of Mummy Demastered? The developer, marketing, myself, other players, etc. The developer, because Mummy Demastered was a crap game. There's Dr. Winter's question. Tim says, Square Enix suddenly announces a new Final Fantasy game. It is a MOBA. How bad or good is it, and what are the odds? If Square Enix makes a MOBA, I'd give it maybe a 5 to 10% chance of being good. That would be my answer to that. Now, I should probably mention... do I need to heal, by the way? Just go ahead. I don't mind, really. I have to test out White Mage anyways. So, first of all, it's entirely too late in the game to really jump into the MOBA territory, and MOBA's kind of its own thing and on its own way out. But there is a very, very slight chance that they just might make a good game that happens to be a MOBA. Okay, so White Mage it up. I already know what I get at this level. Yep, I'm getting Glare! Glare Mage! But yes, at this level I have a Flawless, and Temperance. Which is that one. Yep. Cool, okay. I have healed these fights, Corp. I've done all this stuff as a Astrologian. Although I disagree with that not hard to heal thing about like E11 and E12 and honestly E8 as well. Now I'm gonna mute myself while the people are going by down. You like FF8 music, right? Correct, we have Echo, but we are minimum eye level. I noticed that. I thought you did it on purpose. We're probably going to one-shot this anyways. How well it will be received? I have no idea. Yeah, this is a remix of FF8's music, obviously. I mean, all this stuff is. Yeah, we're ready, Rax. God! I mean, I know that's not what you mean, Fife, but they did make a turn-based game not too long ago called Triangle Strategy. But truth be speaking, I don't actually think a true Final Fantasy turn-based game is in the cards anytime soon. For good and for ill, they have moved away from that and are pretty firmly in the real-time action stuff. Yeah, at least for mainline, exactly. They might do remakes, they might do ports or remasters, but I think they're pretty firmly in their own real-time action-based or ARPG. There we go, ARPG. Couldn't think of the term. God. Hey, Alex. Yeah, you know what? I'm really just sick of the galaxy we live in. Can we move to another galaxy? Can we do that? Quickly, preferably. Really? Okay, too late. And see, Eden is now more powerful than the Borg. You see what I was talking about earlier. Yeah, Eden 1 by memory is actually harder than Eden 2, 3, or 4. I might be misremembering, but I've gotten several of the other ones in roulette several times, and this is the one people tend to have issues with. Hell, we had issues with this when we first got in here. If you remember. Well, I have harder time with the Titan 5, I'm just gonna call it what it is, because I'm an idiot. I can never figure out which of his charges are which. Who knows, maybe this will be the time when I finally figure out how to dodge his charges. I rather doubt it, though. What, I have died almost every single time I've done Titan 4 to not knowing which of his attacks you have to be in, and which of attacks you have to be out for. Seriously, every time I have died to that. I'm not even ashamed of that. It's just the truth. Damn it! I was just... okay. Prioritize, Lord. Prioritize. E8 by memory is my favorite. Which is funny, because I tend to get hit on it several times, too. It's terrible. But it's still my favorite. Do we have a melee? We have one melee! I think it's E8. Pretty sure it's E8. No, we'll figure it out. Now, E12 is getting a negative pretty much guaranteed. Unless they fixed it, which I sincerely doubt. Oh, yeah. But I need Savage, don't I? For the suit I want? For the specific suit I want? Correct, okay. So, all yours, Linnea Ruth. Enjoy the loot. Not like remember, we talked in circles about that because, you know... There was a specific suit from Eden which I wanted, which is not the other suit from Eden which I wanted. No, I understand, Valerian. Sometimes you just can't focus. Okay, actually, I don't understand that personally. But I do sympathize with that. They never added a checkpoint to E12. Negative to gameplay. Moving on. Just gonna pull the trigger on that and move on. Alright, let's see here. I know this is gonna be a shock, but yet another class is gonna get a positive at 80. I know. I know, right, Blade Interval? It's like, it's funny because E12 is actually a good fight with one very large exception. No, Linnea Ruth. And I'm not going to explain it either. Though we anticipated some form of resistance, I did not foresee Eden generating a smaller replica of itself. To think even a fraction of its power could manifest such a powerful adversary is frightening indeed. It seems that we'll have to wait for the ether within Eden to stabilize before we can all teleport to the core. Seems that Thancred's prediction about there being some kind of guardian was right. Thankfully, it's nothing you couldn't handle. Yeah, it's a reference. There's no lore explanation. Unlike with the weapons, where the Arasite was actually crafting a glamour, there's no explanation for what Eden does. It's just, it's there. I'm glad to say you haven't absorbed any light either. So far, so good. Now that the way's clear, the Ethernet shard's considered as the core. Why don't we give it a try? Okay. The Eden just casually blows up galaxies as ammo. Oh, hey, it's Omega. Standing around and waiting is hardly my forte, though I dare say I'm more suited to this than whatever Urian J is doing. Though the apparatus is now in place, a number of minute adjustments need to be made before attempting to assert control over Eden. Oh, Eden itself gets reference, or explanation, but not the galaxy attack. Once Urian J has deactivated the device, it's my turn. Meanwhile, Valerian's desktop is like, not the galaxy! The time hath come, Reen. Watch over me, Menphilia. Is that supposed to happen? Eden is offering considerable resistance. Not now. Not when I'm so close. Urian J. I'm unharmed, but what of Reen? There is no Reen. Only Zool. No, what she actually says is, no, you listen to me. Uh-oh, she's using two-handed weapons now. Zarek, you told us what happens when you use two hands. Hell, Xenos did that too, actually. I know, right, Alex? Summon. Ah! That actually did happen to me, Omega Legion. I have anecdotally heard of other people having it hit them, but I can personally attest that my PS1, the one that's sitting right there on my desk, or my shelf, is dead because of FF9. That's not a joke. Have you not heard me tell that story? I've told it like 15 times. I told it in the old Rumination Tale, I think, at this point. You remember the bit where you're fighting the Nova Dragon as you're entering the final dungeon? And it goes sharding up into a whole bunch of different polygons. It goes flashing all over the place. Well, when that happened, it kind of went, huh! And then just stopped, dead, in the middle of the animation. And, well, if you've worked around IT as long as I have, you really know the smell of burning electronics. Like, it wasn't like, but I could literally smell the PS1 burning, and I'm like, oh my god. And yeah, it was dead. My PS1, that PS1 has been dead ever since. I held on to it because I'm a sentimental sap, but it's over for how long? The beast's fury hath subsided. It was at this... Narrator, it was at this moment that they assumed they should have made this game on the PS2. It worked. I'm in control now, I think. Although now I'm linked to Eden, I need to figure out how to give it commands. What caused it to convulse so violently? It must have been when Eden rose into the air. I'm still trying to stop it from drifting too far from the camp. Even now, thou art... Green. There's something coming this way. It's an enemy. Could it be a Sin Eater? No, that's impossible. They're inside too. Lots of them trying to reach the core. Very well. Time to kill everything. Japes are a force substitute for viable stratagem. In that case, I suggest you and I deal with the ones who are already inside. Oh yeah, right. I forgot this was even one of the fights in this. Find a way to activate the defenses in a way that doesn't recognize us as an enemy. So, actually, you say which game would have benefited from being on a later console. FF9 is my answer as well. FF12 is a valid answer as well. FF12, like, we know what FF12 looks like uncompressed, because we've seen that in mods. And we've seen that in ports. You might think FF6, but actually, no. I think FF6 would have been worse on the PS1, to be completely blunt. Additional load times on top of... Honestly, they'd probably try to pull the 3D thing in when they weren't sure what they were doing, so it would have looked like crap. Yeah, I was going to say, FF6 is on the PS1, and, well, it's a functional version. It's not one I will never recommend to anybody. So you get my point, right? And FF3 was pretty close to being a SNES game, but let's be very clear about this. FF4 is effectively a NES game plus one. It wasn't until FF5 that they started actually figuring out what they could do with the SNES's capacity and capabilities. I'm ready, by the way. I think Lunarith is as well. But we are missing a person still. So here's how it's going to work. I'm cool with waiting like a minute, maybe two, and then we're going to pug it. Because that's the rule. Going forward, we established this back in the day. This is how we're going to do things. Oh, Kata is joining us. Okay, so there you go. See? We wait 2 minutes, then we're good. That's how it works. Kata, what class will you be playing? I would like to not be a white mage, but I can be a white mage. That's cool. That's cool. I haven't even seen your question yet, Elizar, but this is a good time for questions, so hang on. Let's scroll down to the... I have 3 pages of question right now, Elizar, so... kind of going down the list, you know what I mean? I'm going to go to the bottom. The bottom's the new stuff. I'm not saying you're... Wait, I did actually answer your question. I said yes. Go for it. I may roll my eyes a little bit. Scion asks a question. When you look back at your oldest runs, like Mass Effect, KOTOR, Warcraft 3, what are things that make you cringe about them the most? The lack of set design, the lack of audio balancing and design, lack of OBS setup, lack of professional quality, lack of charisma, lack of brain, just everything about, literally 100%. Down the roll, everything. Just all of it was terrible, and I wish I could delete them. Which area of social science, says Valerian, would you say you're weakest in? I don't know if this qualifies, but anything to do with mental health, that's what I mean by that is actual mental instabilities. Chemical stuff, which I know about, but only how to deal with, as opposed to, I'm saying that wrong. I know how to interact with other people who have mental health issues. I don't know much about mental health itself, because all of my knowledge of that comes entirely from my ex-girlfriend, who actually went into that as a career, so obviously I paid attention because she was interested, but that's it. I've never done a deep dive on that, and honestly, I don't actually plan to. If that doesn't qualify, I'd have to think of something else. Let's see here. I already answered that question. Do I think... Oh, there's the turn-based question. 5 asked, which I did actually answer. Zactaf says, you wonder if you'd like one of the suits that Miles gets inspired by Prowler. I mean, Prowler's pretty cool, but I have no idea if I'd like the suit or not. Well, yeah, the other thing about mental health, I do kind of keep an idle eye on it, as I do all studies. And it's one of those fascinating things where within my lifetime, an enormous amount has been understood and learned and developed with regards to a lot of fields, but mental health in particular, since that's what we're talking about right now. It's weird to think about how much more we know now than when I was a kid, right? So, Kato, what are you playing? You said you can play whatever, but what are you playing? Twinning is important. I look forward to doing twinning. I kind of hope to do twinning today. We'll see how long Eden takes. I blocked away the day for Eden just in case, but we'll see. Yeah, no kidding, Alex. And of course, just basic medical science has moved forward a tremendous amount. Yeah, I'll do tank. We'll do paladin for this one. It's my modern gear. Checking. Never making that mistake again. Hang on, that's not right. Hold on, don't start. Where's my shield? Give me a minute. My shield is missing? I must have gotten rid of it in one of my inventory purges. I'll just do this. I'll just do this. Super quick. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Why can I not warp from here? The blue in the armor chest is level 70. And that's obviously that, and yeah, that's a 68, and that's a 1. Yeah, I literally can't teleport from in here. That's just kind of weird. Sorry. No idea when I lost this. Yeah, use a level 70 shield on a level 80 raid fight. That's a great idea. No, I checked my regular inventory earlier. This is all my gear here, and all this is cosmetic stuff. Yeah, damn it! I guess 515 is the size it's getting, but whatever. Whatever, here. There, I'm good. Wait, I'm not good. I'm not good. Okay, now I'm good. So I don't remember. Oh, yeah, this is the air fight, isn't it? The one on top. Update. There we go. Cosmetics are good. Guess glamour. There are ways to try and get rid of burn-in, but it kind of depends. And it depends on your monitor, it depends on the type of burn-in, it depends on the method of which your monitor functions. Like, it's just, there's a lot of things that go into that. I can't even summarize it. So, it depends. It is doable. It's just, you know. Like, I actually have a program running on my monitor which shifts the thing 1 pixel up, left, down, or right about every 5 minutes. It's funny because I noticed that because it's me, but it's a way to prevent burn-in, and it's actually an extraordinarily useful thing and has worked consistently so far. Which is important because I usually leave a lot of static stuff up, like my chat just stays there, my OBS window just stays there, etc. But anyways. So I said that Leviathan is as big as a moon from StarCraft 2. Yeah, it's really stupid. So why does a planet like char or ire, lava, and water move, low tide or high tide? Well, you see, that would involve using our brains. Yeah, these aren't. We don't have brains here at StarCraft. Real answer, I have no idea. You're right, that something that large should have some gravimetric effect, but only a little bit. Yes, believe it as or not, because there's more than just the mass that goes into making that happen. And I barely remember this fight. I think I've only fought this thing once, actually. Yeah, the one time we fought this. Well, whatever. I don't know if this is a cleave or a stack or whatever, but I'm over here. by the way. Don't move away until it goes off. Yeah, delayed spells. Love it. Backstabs are gone, Sid! To my knowledge, this is just a Sin Eater that was called here by, you know, the reactivation. Why is that not activated? Except it's not a Sin Eater, because it's clearly Darkness Allied. So it's a Void Scent, which makes even less sense. I have no idea what's going on with this guy. Like, the idea that Void Scent can even survive... Whoop, hello. Here should do. In the empty is kind of weird to think about. So, I suppose if you forced me to headcanon, I'd say this thing actually came from within Eden, because it's the only thing that makes any sense. Why is this not activating? There's an interesting thought. What if the Void Scent are starving to death while glutting on us? Stay taxed, by the way. Stay stacked. Stay stacked. Stay stacked. Now move out. Good job, actually. Take this one, apparently. Listen, Zedslayer, your chat window's trying to assassinate you. I figured you should know about it. Not personal. It hired me to do it. Damn it. I didn't see it until too late. That's on me. There it is. Oh, jeez, that's a new. I'm gonna move over here so I can keep attacking. Keep facing away. Keep facing away. Keep facing away. It hasn't even gone off yet. Jesus, that takes a while. And there, get in. Oh, God, that timing. I actually like this boss quite a lot. The delayed attacks mean a lot of the timing on maneuvering is actually really tight. Why is this not going off? Here? Right there. I think blowing a healer limit break 3 might not be a bad idea when it's full. I reaffirm that opinion. By the way, stack. Stay stacked. stacked. There it goes. Okay. And out. Seriously, blow the limit break healer. One of the healers, blow a limit break. Thank you. Nice and steady. As usual. Go to the stack. And... nice and smooth. And good job. First try. I suppose I should clarify. A lot of people say first try, and they mean it sarcastically, like as a joke. I don't mean that sarcastically. We actually first tried that, so good job. But yeah, there's not only a clock icon, but if you happen to have the audio going, I don't blame you if you don't, because I know a lot of you have the stream going, you can always hear whether it's a clock attack, whether it's a delayed attack or not. Very good fight, though. That's easily a 2 positive fight. I am rather fond of that one. Oh, good, Omega Legion. And, wait for it, for the first expansion ever, Paladin finally gets a plus. It's taken all this time. It's taken all this time, but Paladin has crawled its way over broken glass to finally become a tank worth a damn at 80. I knew this was coming. But it's nice to reaffirm that. I need to adjust some of my macros because I were actually wrong. But yeah, no, Confiteor is great, and the extra combo that it adds to your standard hit is actually really nice. And in general, it finally has a closer. You know, it's got a good AoE rotation going on. It finally is a complete class, which is something I've been saying for a lot of these classes at 80. So, thank goodness you're unharmed. Yeah, I'm fine. We came as soon as we took care of our unwanted guests. They were a stubborn bunch, quite unlike anything I've seen in the first. No, I won't let you. Can I help you, Dark Knight? Damn the light. Damn you all. Who are you? What do you want? Why am I here? What is happening? It's a good question, actually. One we will not answer for quite some time. Reunion. And she dies screaming. Oh, okay. I actually don't, Alex. I just think they have a really good connection with each other. Whether that's romantic or not doesn't actually matter to me. So, I'm kind of with it, if that makes any sense. She didn't seem too pleased with Reen taking control of Eden, which is what caused her to appear out of the blue. Beyond that, anyone's guess. It's just plain she's not a Sin Eater, not even in part as Vothri was. Yet this knowledge does little to assuage my fears, for she is nonetheless possessed of powers most terrible. Against? Why? Like, it is easy to see how this is a romantic... Well, this will become a romantic connection. It's just not a guarantee, which is basically my point. I'll keep an eye on her till she wakes up. There's no telling what will happen when she does, but I'll make it clear we mean her no harm. Well, no further harm. Obviously, it's not a good idea to bring her inside Eden, so it's likely that reaching the core was her aim from the offset. Oh yeah, also, that wasn't a Void Sin. I can't believe I didn't process this before. You're probably thinking, but that was a bunch of Void powers. Yeah, from her. That was a Sin Eater. It even died like a Sin Eater, if you were paying attention. Now that things have settled down, I should get back inside and try to strengthen my link to Eden. That makes a whole lot more sense, by the way. That a Sin Eater carried her here, and she was the source of, you know, most of the fight. Especially given the time thing, which fits in with her motif overall. So, yeah. We were effectively fighting her there. I've yet to discover the means by which the exterior was breached, though it would appear the fiends that Thanker and I slew are of similar nature to thine own adversary, Void Scent. Whatever. Though I had my hands trying to control Eden, I caught a glimpse of your battle. That power! I've never seen anything like it. You've never fought us fight, have you? Never seen us fight, have you? What thou witnessed was the tearing of the very fabric of reality, the creation of a rift through which Void Scent may enter. But pray tell, didst thou make any other observations? I couldn't sense any light at all in that girl. I can't explain how, but she reminded me of Emmett Selk. Though it's unlikely she's an Ascian, she may yet be a thrall to Zodiark. Maybe I can find out more when she's woken up. In the meantime, I'll try to improve my control over Eden. Seems to be listening more than before, instead of screaming at me like it was in the beginning. That's not all. I've made an exciting discovery. I mean, you know me. I tend to think that romance is the kind of thing that takes time and effort and time and work in order to work. So I could see the idea of Reen and Gaia eventually becoming a true couple, and what they're at right now is the puppy love phase, you know? But again, it doesn't really matter to me, because what I see is two characters who have great chemistry and connect with each other very well, which is what, you know, is the core point of this entire sequence. And part of why I'm pissed that Gaia wasn't in the main story quest. I feel a lot more confident in my ability to control Eden now. Of course, this is only the beginning. And we shall accompany thee wherever so this path may lead. But pray tell, what manner of discovery hast thou made? I understand how Eden's power works. Exactly, Blade Tribal. Exactly. I mean, there is such a thing as teenagers who grow and become a truly loving, great couple that lasts a long time. That happens in real life. And honestly, I'd like it if they had that kind of a happy ending with each other. But that's years down the road. You know what I mean? Anyways. So, yes, it affected the balance of all the ether in the empty, shifting it towards the umbral so that it stopped flowing altogether. The power to tip the scales. And to tip them back again. That's what Eden does. It controls balance of ether over a wide area, forcing alignment from one to the other. Left alone, it still poses a threat, but if I can harness its power, I think I can use it to breathe life back into the empty. Terraforming. Trouble is, I haven't the foggiest of where to start. If I go about this the wrong way, I'll do more harm than good. Thou needst not bear this burden alone, Reed, nor should you. 'Tis no simple matter of awakening that which lies dormant. All things in nature are inextricably linked. The elements maintain fragile harmony without which life cannot prosper. So what should we do? A solution hath begun to take shape in my mind, though it will require further discussion. For the time being, let's return to the camp. Okay. Oh yeah, what do you need me for the next fight, by the way, while we're on the subject? Is it water or earth next? I actually don't remember the order. Water. Okay. I'm good with whatever on water. I'm curious to know more about that Eden's connection to... Girl's connection to Eden. If she only told us more before she collapsed. I'll go ahead and pull in Red Mage finally then. I want to do Red Mage before it gets higher level because I haven't had time to buy that gear I talked about. Still sleeping soundly, I'm afraid. If I'd known she'd take so long to come around, I'd have brought a good book or two. No rescuing people to death. Unless you pay for it. My friends, I believe I have struck upon a method which may me see this world restored. Free Poetics. Stares at 2,000 of 2,000 Poetics. Single tier. Orion J, before you go any further, allow me to make a potentially very long story slightly shorter. The plan to control Eden and realign the ether is the the plan is to control Eden and realign the ether of the empty, right? In essence, yes. However, unleashing elemental energies haphazardly will not suffice. In addition, the empty is unfathomably vast. Were we only able to effect change over a small region at a time, it would take many lifetimes to complete even a fraction of our task. Yeah, it's a planet. Instead, our energies would better set vitalizing each element in order that we might set into motion a more widespread transformation. One at a time. Part of the ship, part of the contract. I hate to say this, but I don't think Eden will be able to draw out a single element without affecting the others. For that reason, we shall select a location in which the ambient ether we wish to restore is at its most potent. Oh god, that would actually be legitimately terrifying, Omega Legion. And the more you know about how Warcraft's magic works at a fundamental level, the more you understand how terrifying that would be. Even in a dormant state, certain elements will be more prevalent and therefore more easily manipulated. Then, we rebalance the ether and return it to the land, whereupon it will be born on ethereal currents to the farthest reaches of the empty. What's to prevent the element from breaking free of Eden's hold and causing a disaster of some sort? It must needs be contained. The question is how. Lord, indulge me a moment if thou wouldst. Yeah, I know, right, Omega Legion? Pray imagine a corporeal manifestation of each of the individual elements. What dost thou see in thy mind's eye? Moogles! Mayhap thou afeard to utter the fateful word, for to even speak the name Primal is to invite misfortune. Though invite it we must, as the ether is drawn forth and realigned by Eden, we shall perform a summoning as Master Louis Soir once did in the fields of Carteneau. As one who hath laid low countless primals, thy memories will shape the ether into deiform entity. So it's actually our fault that these versions are so much harder than their originals. Thanks, us! So defeat it, but how's that even possible? You realize that's what we do, right? That's straight up what we do. I break my fast upon primals. Yeah, our memory is apparently garbage. I don't remember Titan I'm not going to spoil it. Lest thou forget, 'twill be no more of an approximation of a foe thou hast previously bested. I have every confidence in thine abilities. As do I, though it might help to have some idea what you're up against. Have you decided which to tackle first? Yeah, water, apparently. The source of all life. Wouldn't that be air? As the location, an area to the west of Norvrant was once home to the world's deepest ocean. Alas, the flood of light reduced it to a yawning chasm. Water, that seems like a good choice. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Thancred, keep watch over our enigmatic antagonist. She may have vital information to impart. In the event she becometh agitated, thou mayest have need to restrain her. Something's got to do it, I suppose. I'll be praying for your success while I wait here, twiddling my thumbs. Yeah, no kidding, Blade Traval. Yeah, so here's what we've been up to, Reen. Oh my god! And then a giant sword smashed into the planet? Though come to think of it, if the creature you must fight is born from your own memories and imagination, why don't you try thinking of something a bit tamer than the primals you fought in the past? Yeah, sure thing. I'll come up with something substantially worse in every way. I can't mount here. By the way, as an aside, I tend to have mixed opinions on their 3D interpretations of the FF stuff, you know, FF characters and models and monsters. But I think that Eden, even though it's still a little over-designed, is substantially cooler looking than the actual FF8's Eden, in my opinion. Leviathan is the ideal candidate to embody the element of water. Be warned that the circumstances of said summoning differ greatly from that of the primal encounter to the source. The results are difficult to predict. Wait, there's an Eden Mount? Question mark? And where do you get it from? Is the immediate follow-up. Ah, E4S. Urgh. Oh, E12S. Oh, that's even worse. Good God, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do E12 in general. Maybe in another expansion. You know, actually, I don't know off the top of my head, Lunarith. It's just, when I tend to think of the source of all life, my mind immediately goes to air, not water. Not to my knowledge, Omega Legion. I've actually only done E12 once, and indeed, I will only do it a second time ever, here. In probably an hour or 3. Really, USN Corp? That's actually funny. That... I mean, I guess that makes sense. Almost all the big Savage fights have. X-Death had a cut point, or a checkpoint. Kafka had a checkpoint. The Omega, whatever the Mega Omega thing was, had a checkpoint. In fact, doesn't Alexander's Mega's Primal have a checkpoint? I'm thinking wrong. I'm thinking the wrong direction, aren't I? I'm thinking of Ultimate. Never mind. I know Ultimate doesn't have a checkpoint. We got this, Lunarith, hopefully. Don't fall off. That's my piece of advice for the upcoming fight. Actually, the next 2 fights. Don't fall off. That's my advice. When you fall off, don't worry, I'll fall off too. Don't worry about it. So I happen to really like both E3 and E4's songs. So I might shut up a little bit because, yeah, this is a banger. Why did we give it 2 heads? Nobody think about Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Whatever. We got this. Oh, wait, shoot. That can't be right. Yes, it is right. So white mage is... Or sorry, black mage, wow. Or red mage is completely unchanged. That's actually not quite true. But, like, no new abilities at all at this range, just changed abilities. But that does change the rotation a bit. I mean, exactly, Omega Legion. Yeah, as I say, we get Scorch, and that's kind of it. Okay. Switch. Flare. And Scorch. Scorch. There we go. Oh god. I wasn't ready. But that's okay. Not move so people can adjust to me. Yeah, I think Zed is trying to assassinate me. Zed, listen. You did that last fight, too. I know Gigapudding got me killed during Ruby, but you don't need to follow in her footsteps, okay? Why are all the women trying to kill me? God. Right. I died for it. I didn't remember that mechanic, so I'm like, where is he? Or are they? I don't know. Two heads? Or worse than one? There's a lot of assassinations going on in here. It's making me wonder a little bit, if I'm being honest. Well. Oh, I can't believe I lived through that. I actually thought that was going to kill me. I actually did. Cannot believe I survived that. See, I told you, we're all gonna fall off, Lunar. I told you. That's just how this fight is. We're all gonna fall off, and that's just how it is. There's no surviving. We're fine, everything's fine. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. I love the sound effects on this fight, by the way. Do me a favor, don't limit break. I want to blind everybody. I guess I can do it now. We're actually doing pretty alright. Alright, everyone dodge everything during this! God, that's so stupid. I actually suspect that one of the reasons that Reaper, for example, has such a relatively simple Limit Break 3 is because of how nonsense they made Red Mage. Whoops! That's a thing that just happened. Whoop. Oh god. Oh god! Yep, nope, that's a thing that also just happened. Okay, do we have a Resurrect? We do not. That's a wipe. Just fall off. Just fall off. I mean, in my defense, that wouldn't have been saved by a Limit Break. That's actually funny. I saw the first one coming and didn't see the second one coming, and that was the end of that. Listen, all I'm saying is that y'all suck. And by y'all, I mean Reggie. Just Reggie. Reggie, you're terrible. So yeah, this is Leviathan. Yeah, I like Samurai LB3 too. Ironically, one of the only melee limit break things I don't care for is Dragoon, and I know someone in chat's gonna kill me for saying that, but it's true. I didn't see that second one coming. It's okay. Nobody will assassinate me on my own stream. That's never happened before. No, but for real, though, the reason I actually have that opinion, and you're going to make fun of me for this, is because it's the Limit Break 3 I have seen the most. It's like, damn it! I want some variety! Yeah, Rax just uses it, and even when he's not just flat out stealing it, he's usually one of our only actual melees, and that's just what it is, right? So it's like, well, okay, that sucks. Do it up! Come on. There's also that time where Rax, you know, nearly wiped us. Hey, Bregman. Hope the insomnia is treating you better. Oops, wrong one. Anyways, sorry, I actually got completely distracted by the wipe. The whole reason I wanted to show that off was because it could be argued that that's actually bad design, how ludicrous the Red Mage Limit Break 3 is. People meme on it, but the truth is that's just, it is a little bit silly how flashy it is. I'm all for flash, really. It's part of viscerality. It's part of making you feel like you're cool or you're awesome or whatever. But it is a little bit silly how much that one is. Yeah, exactly. It goes past flash and straight into just blinding, and it's like, really? Did we need to do this? By contrast, trying to earn me back some points here, Dragoon's one is actually pretty, you know, functionally legit. It's also really obvious when a Dragoon is doing theirs. You can always see the giant blue dragon that shows up. So you can always tell when a Dragoon is limit breaking. Some of the other ones you kind of have to be paying attention to actually see. In just a second, I want to finish my combo. My combo's more important than your life, Omega Legion. Oh, that's an interesting one. I'll move out. I'll move out. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Hello? Where is your corpse? Oh, it's over there. There we go. I ain't making fun of Omega Legion. Took me a second to get close enough to the edge. Without going over, I've learned that lesson in Diamond. I'm never forgetting that lesson. Let me just sneak up to the edge of this, see if I can res that person on the other side. Whoa! I swear there's a brain somewhere in this cavernous skull thing. I'm not actually sure at this point. I'm ready. I'm ready! Ugh, except... I hugged him. I don't know if you saw that. I straight up hugged him. I knew what was coming. Okay, so we're gonna do this. You. And that's all the mana I have for right now, unfortunately. There wasn't one, Lanera. Don't worry about it. Reggie was killing me, and you got hit in the crossfire. We should probably go ahead and heal our limit break 3, actually. We're pretty low on everything. And we're in the hard phase here. Up to you. I'll let you guys call it. It's up to you. But save it for now, and obviously, I guess in this bundle... Here, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go way over here. Ooh, a little close, a little close. You didn't go over the edge, okay? So shut up, Omega Legion. We're all ranged, so... Yeah, let's save it for now. Let's save it for now. We're at 30%. We got plenty of time for things to go badly. Also, I expect a donation for that, Reggie. Not for killing me. I deserve to die. But you killed, like, 2 other people at the same time. That's just party foul, you know what I mean? Going to be 2 knock things like immediately after this, so be ready for those. That's last time. I forget what they're called. I don't remember the names of any of the spells in this stupid fight. Looking constantly. There we go. So this will be the shove, and then he should take out a chunk of the terrain right after this. And the middle, yep. Out, 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 out. That's what wiped us last time, so we did it! We got past that part. Now we just gotta beat him. Nice try, Rex. One more time for good luck. I couldn't move because of the limit break. I deserve that. I deserve that. I deserve that so hard. I knew it was going to happen, too. I knew it was going to happen because I knew where we were at in the enemy's attacks. Good fight, for real. Honestly, we were doing well the first time, even despite all the nonsense. And then, you know, we just had a really bad spat of luck. And that's just how that fight and the next fight both go, by the way. The next fight is going to have the exact thing that that this has. It's going to have a lot of knock you off the edge problems, so be aware. Red Mage will get a single positive because it's just Red Mage. It's just Red Mage. There are a few variances in how it plays, and the nature of the flow of it is a little different. But really, the actual practicality of it only changes in one very minor way, and that's adding, I think it's Scourge at the end of it. Scorch, excuse me, Scorch. Resolution will be at 90. Red Mage is still a good class, so it still gets A positive, but, you know. In all honesty, I'll take that on me, Kata. By the way, if you want to be mad at someone, go ahead and be mad at me. I should have walked out of the group. It didn't even occur to me in the moment to walk out of the group. I just saw Reggie trying to kill me, and I just hugged him. And I should have gone over to the left, so it would have only killed me. I apologize. I know, right, Lunera? Hi, Evo. I didn't see a question. Are there plot holes in StarCraft 2? Probably. I've never looked into it. As weird as that sounds, even though I've done a lore run of StarCraft 2. Like, if there's plot holes, I've never really done an analysis thereon, so I have no idea. I didn't notice the push at all. So I'm just going to open up for this. So he does the tidal wave thing, which I can never remember the spell name, so I wasn't looking for it. And because I can't zoom the camera out more, I didn't see it coming. I lucked out into not getting knocked off. And I was so distracted by that that I didn't pay attention to the fact that he was about to destroy the middle chunk of the thing. So the first one, the first knockback, I lucked out on, and the second knockdown, I completely screwed up on. If I had been paying proper attention, I would have lived. I could have rezzed people. And so I will also take ownership of failure on that. I don't like doing this. This bothers me, Omega Legion. I don't know how to describe it. It makes me feel a little nauseous. So I don't like doing this unless I absolutely have to. Like I did. You may have, of course you don't know, as you were in the fight, but during the latter part of that fight, knowing that the waves were coming, I started doing this. And I'm sure my viewers noticed I was doing this. I was like, okay, is it coming? Is it coming? Because I knew it was coming. So... yeah, this is one of the reasons why I wish I could zoom the camera out more. I mean, that fight we just showed is a perfect example of that. Like, just look at this screen right here. This is a little bit faking it, but, like, I cannot see attacks from the sides right now. It's impossible, even though I can see a decent amount of this. Now, I can do that, but you get the point. Anyways, I gotta decide how many pluses or minuses or anything to give Leviathan for that. I gotta think about that. I'll say 1 positive for the Leviathan fight. What was it, E3? Alright, so... yeah, ironically, I'm kind of in agreement with you, Alex. So the thing I don't like about that fight and what's really holding it back, you know what, I agree completely. I'm just going to give a positive and a negative. Because the Leviathan fight does have, let's see, 1, 2, 3 attacks that can just that can kill you, that will kill you, that there's no surviving if you don't dodge them. And they're not super well telegraphed unless you're doing this. And yeah, I think I agree with that, if I might be so bold. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, USM Court, because the one attack he does, I actually liked some of the sound design in that fight, because you can always tell when he's doing the big sweep attack, the one that's super easy to dodge, because you can hear it coming. And I've mentioned good sound design before, because the E2 fight, which I gave 2 positives for, by the way, I should mention sound design, especially for sound design, because I like a fight that you can hear what's coming just as well as you can see what's coming. But in some of the Leviathan thing, it doesn't have that. So yeah, no, I actually stand by that. I agree with that. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I've been just kind of gradually giving out pluses to music. I think this is a good time to give out another plus to music. The Eden music is legit. Honestly, I'm probably going to give more than 1 music positive just for the Eden songs, of which there are several. Yeah, E12 might even get the music positive. We'll see. But for now, let's go ahead and talk to Reen. So far, not much has happened story-wise, so we haven't given any story positives or negatives yet. But so anyways, is that what a primal looks like? You know. Yeah, by the way, I'm just going to say this right now. I am going to fall off the edge in the Titan fight. The question I have is, how many times do you think I'm going to fall off? Now, really quick, hang on. I actually saw a sub from... Oh, that sucks, Blow Off Alex. I'm sorry that you have no internet. What the hell is going on? Are they just screwing up or something? I don't know if you Blow Off Alex can even hear me saying this. Yeah, during Titan Cart. Yeah, I probably will fall off every single time he does it, which is probably going to be 3 or 4 times. And I did get a donation from Reggie in the middle of that. The Leviathan being big as the moon is not a plot hole, Elizar. It's just bad design. There's no reason for the Leviathan to be that big. Like, it doesn't change anything. Big ships are cool and all, but, I mean, you know, the battle cruisers are really big in lore, and they don't need to be the size of a moon, you know what I mean? So who did you kill, Reggie? Remind me. I know you killed Lunaruth, and I think you killed Kata. Ah, gotcha. I'm sorry you had to deal with that blow up, Alex. Sympathy. I feel you. So Kata and Ruth, Reggie has donated to me. Thank you, Reggie, very much. But Reggie donates towards your choice. So, Lunaruth and Kata, if you want to choose something for that donation to go towards, I'm going to split it up between you. Please do let me know. Leviathan was the source was summoned by the Zahagan, to whom he was no less than a god. Without their faith, the deiform entity we brought into existence differed on a fundamental level, though it was no less formidable. Substantially stronger, actually. The manifestation relied on Lore's experiences of Leviathan and may have been influenced by recollections of other water-aspected beings, leading to further discrepancies. Memories brought to life. I still can't tell if our plan actually worked. We'll just have to wait and see, I guess. How goes it? Well, you know. So Cadus is going to go towards Patchwalker, a good pick. It's a good time as any to mention that I've decided not to do WoW right after this, because I've decided to do something much worse. If you finish slaying your primal or whatever, I suggest you get back here. There's something you ought to see. I mean, Lord knows we've taken plenty, Alex. Although we've yet to die in this game, unlike some other games I could mention. Sometimes and sometimes, respectively, Elizar. Oh, I'll tell you. Don't worry, it's not actually as bad as what you're thinking. But Lunarith, what do you want to put that donation towards? And yes, we'll be playing Elden Ring. Much worse. You don't know. Oh, that's valid, I suppose. Good morning, Ross. Oh, and good morning, Giga Pudding. Speaking of which, I need to refresh my food. Speaking of which, I think it's fallen off by now. This should be voice acted. There is, I think so, Linarith, yeah. So there's water and some water aspected ether. What do you know? There are several Warcraft things going on, yes. And Fife is putting it towards Patchwalker. Thank you very much. Yes, Wing Commander 1, 2, 3, and Privateer, I believe, are all on the list. And I'll put that towards Patchwalker. Yeah, I did my feasibility tests. They all work. It's going to be a little janky as hell, but, you know, they're going to work. And that's really the problem. That's the feasibility test. Never thought a whole lake would suddenly appear like this. And just for getting started, I hope the burden's not too much for you, Lore. Ah, I got this. I'm just going to die 3 to 4 times on the next fight. Seriously, place your bets. Whoever... You know what? Hang on. Bragwin, are you busy? Or maybe Alex. Also, I play a lake. Or an island, excuse me. You know, when I first heard Urianje's plan, I didn't know what to expect, but then the enormous crystal appeared and water came gushing forth, and, well... So what I want is someone to write down everyone's guesses, so that everyone can bet how many times I'm going to die. And whoever wins, I'll let you put some interest towards a game. Such a profound transformation, though the change appears to be limited to an area no more few malms in diameter. Awesome. Thank you, Alex. So, tell Alex, or just say in chat, what your bets are for how many times you think I'm going to die. Specifically to falling over, only falling over the edge counts, by the way. Don't worry, I won't do... No, assassinations do not count, and I will not do anything to affect it. I will be trying to fall over 0 times. That's going to be my goal. I think this proves the water aspected ether is no longer lying dormant. So, which element should we realign next, Urianje? I propose Earth. Should we succeed in returning the soil's life-giving energy, the empty shell becomes capable of supporting the growth of flora. Imagine that, forest in the empty. Before we begin, I wonder how the girl is doing. She's still sound asleep. Didn't so much as stir when we took her helmet off. Thought it might be getting stuffy in there, and I was curious to know what kind of person we're dealing with. She seems surprisingly normal, not at all like your usual void scent. She's around your age, Reen. Maybe a little older. Well, whoever she is, we should let her rest while we concentrate on the task at hand. As much as I'd love to go with you. I love how we've just made assassinating a thing in FF14 at this point. I noticed Rax multiple times kept trying to drag shots onto me, whatever the term is for the telegraphs onto me. And while I was wishing for something to read, my thoughts will be with you as you fly off to race the next opponent. It'll be a strange feeling to bring something into existence through your own willpower, only to slay it immediately after. Summon and kill. Summon and kill. If all goes well, he won't be waiting long. The sooner this gets over with, the sooner we can see the results. What classes haven't I done at 80 yet? I haven't done Ninja, but I'm not doing Ninja on this fight. Same for Monk. That's a good idea, Ross. Same for Dragoon. What is this there? Is that all the range? I haven't done Dancer. I could do Dancer. That's actually not a terrible idea. Hey, what's our party makeup? Do I need to heal or tank this? I don't know how to tank this. I should probably go ahead and mention. It's pretty similar if you think about it, Lunarith. The Genesis project uses protomatter to realign atoms. We're using Eden to redistribute ether, so there's a bit of the similarity there. What's more to the empty? Yeah, we already have too many dancers, really. And we already have tanks healer. Okay, well, Let me think about this. So, I've tried that out, that out, that out, that out. I didn't... I see, the thing is, this is a hard fight. I want to play something I'm at least familiar with for this. I suppose it's Dragoon or Monk. Those are the only two classes that aren't Dancer that I would feel comfortable doing this with, that I haven't done already. Yeah, screw it, let's do Dragoon. This is the level at which I get the combo loop, right? I think. Where, True Thrust turns into something else. Raiden Thrust, is that it? Yeah, then there's Stardiver, which I don't know how that works, but I need to figure that out. What is Stardiver? It's an AoE, and it's a proc. Okay. Okay. 4 dancers, we all just buff each other. Now, before we embark, there's a question I feel should ask. Where are we going? I would suggest a certain region that lieth east of Norvrent, which was once home to the great Mount Atlas. As for the Earth-aspected Primal, who would be more fitting a choice than Titan? I think I've heard of that one. What was it like? Oh my god, I'm playing a Dragoon for Titan. Landslides! The landslides! Seems like you had a rather traumatic experience. Yeah. But if our last battle's anything to go by, this one will be different from the Titan that Laura remembers. Oh yeah! I don't know what the hell my mind is on about with the fight we're about to do. As such, thou must needs conceive new stratagems. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So, let me just say this really quick, especially for the person who hasn't done this fight before, which is Lunaruth. If you fall off the edge, please do not feel embarrassed about it. Like, by all means, try to avoid it. But this fight is knock you off, knock you off, knock you off the fight. There's a reason why I'm letting people place bets on how many times I will be knocked off and die from it. And I will, almost assuredly. Alright, I'm going to take a very quick AFK here, and then I'm good to go. Yes, Lunaruth, it is. Alright, I am back, ready to fault my man. And actually, yes, that's exactly how it works. Remember, we're building these out of our memories, and as we've already seen with Amarant, even subconscious thoughts can affect this kind of summoning magic, so... Alright, we got this. I can't wait to hit this button by accident. I mean, honestly, that would make a weird amount of sense, Omega Legion. We do like the thrill, so to speak. As I said, there is a similarity between us and Xenos. The difference is we have a fully fleshed out character on top of that. Yeah, Ardbert's in the back there like, dude! What? What's up? Make it harder. Yeah, I don't know, Alex. Oh, he totally would, Rex. Alright. We who are about to die salute ye. Speaking of bangers. Yeah, I don't know. What were we thinking? Yeah, that's not how I remember Tight looking either, but whatever. Coffee biscuits. Titan. Wasn't part of the way, apparently. Doesn't count. Wait a moment. Now we do it. All the knockdowns. Oh, jeez. Now it's time to get knocked over. Here we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I spent my whole life preparing for this moment. What? Sorry, I was actually legitimately busy trying to pay attention to my rotation because I was judging Dragoon, and I sort of lost track in the middle of that nonsense. Huh. Just jump off. This is probably salvageable, but just jump off. Okay. live through this one this time. Ooh, that does hit like a truck, doesn't it? Or I guess an ATV. I mentioned deaths. Yeah, this is bad. Whatever. Hope for the best over here. Okay, we're okay, we're okay. I thought the radius was bigger than that. Yeah, I don't know who rescued me there. I saw it. Cute. Cute game. Real cute. Okay. It. This is it. I'm ready to die. Oh. I was wrong on that one. Nope. Oh, this frickin' fight. Oh my god. Oh, bull crap. No, whatever. Doesn't count. Keep plugging on, do what you can. We've got 3 resonors up. Oh, excuse me. Where are we at? literally not DPSing there because I was valuing staying alive over uptime, which I suppose says something about my mentality. Oh, jeez. Come on, we just need that limit break level 3, which, by the way, is obviously going to a healer. So stay alive, healer. I can't see who the name is right now because you're casting. Give us limit break. It's Set Slayer. Stay alive, Set Slayer. Come on. There, do it, do it, do it. Do it, Set Slayer. Okay. Good job, Rex, on staying alive that long. That was a little bit silly. We're still in it. We're still in it. Oh, this freaking fight. I'm gonna get hit by that. Okay, we're still in this. Remember, staying alive is the highest priority. If you have to literally stop DPSing to focus on mechanics, do so. Whatever you gotta do to continue living. I think it's gonna hit me. Yep, that hit me. Sorry. Whatever. From Hell's Heart. Doing good. Again, nice and steady. Don't tunnel vision. Just keep slowly moving through, nice and steady. There's nothing new from this point on. We've seen all the mechanics. That was weird. Okay, I'll set that. Texting me, and it's like, no, Mom! Fighting Titan! 2. 5, depending on how you define that. Good job. Good job. That fight is unforgiving, as I suppose you have seen. How many times did I fall off? 0 times. Died a few times. So, Alex, who won? Oh, no one? Nobody guessed 0? Really? Wow. Well thought, 0. Well thought indeed. That we're able to triumph over this avatar of primordial rage is testament to thy puissance. Yeah, no, No, yeah, the tunnel vision problem's real. That's why I kept saying, just take it nice and steady. What? By the way, can I just say, legit praise to whoever rezzed me, because there was only like one of us up at that point, Rax for staying alive towards that last bit, and Zed Slayer for keeping us alive and getting off that limit break. The three of us actually salvaged that. That was a wipe until we got that limit break 3 off. So good job, everyone. That, oh, that fight. God dang. Yeah, the limit. So all healers level 3 limit breaks do the same thing. They res everyone to full health, full mana, and wipe away all status effects. It's a fight reset, and it's extraordinarily useful for a lot of the harder raids. It's also only available in 8-man groups, for obvious reasons. So put that back over there. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that, Zed. I was like, oh god, blow it, Zed, blow it, Zed, blow it. And I actually thought you were going to die doing the limit break, but the res happens almost immediately. So I figured you would at least get off the res, and then you would die and we could get you up. But holy crap. Okay. Welcome back. You must be exhausted. Right, we actually have a bunch of story stuff to do here. If I'd put my 1 foot wrong, I would have fallen to my doom. Yep. That's a true statement. Although taken as a momentary lapse of concentration. Yep. More importantly, we've defeated yet another elemental being, which means we're a step closer to reclaiming the empty. Can't wait to see how much of a difference we've made this time. So, this is going to sound weird, but I want to give 2 positives and 1 negative to that fight. That's how I feel it lines up. Because where it's good, it's legit, right? Like, as Omega Legion mentions, the flow of the fight is actually fantastic. And there's a great freneticness to it, but it's never really too much, you know? And it's a non-stop, it's like someone's just unloading a machine gun of mechanics onto you the entire fight. And I like that. But the problem is, there is a bit of a dungeon journal problem with that fight, because some of his telegraphs are very unclear as to what they're doing, unless you happen to know it. And frankly, the only reason I know it is I've gotten this thing on a roulette a few times, so I actually am semi-familiar with it. And, as Alex points out, B, there are plenty of ways to get knocked off the ledge and instantly die, and that kind of sucks. There's also, there is also a bit of snapshotting inconsistency in that fight in particular, which is funny, because the last Titan had that problem too. Where you follow the group, assuming they know what they're doing, which of course, you know. But yeah, there is some legitimate No, I saw, Rax. There is some legitimate inconsistency with the snapshotting on this Titan. I would agree with that, USN Corp, but you know what I mean. Like, some fights, it's more of a problem than other fights. I think it's actually a better way to phrase it. And it is definitely it's a fight. It's a problem with this fight. The snapshot is the moment the server decides to take a picture of who's in what and where. So what that means is, and I've actually shown this off to extremes in some cases. Actually, I was showing it off during Leviathan, if you were paying attention. Of course, you were in the fight, so you didn't see that. So let's say the boss has a big ol' attack that's going to blow up the entire area, but there's this one safe spot. So I'm standing in the safe spot. So the telegraph is there, and then at a time, usually when the telegraph goes away, but there's some inconsistency with this, that's when the snapshot is taken and when they decide to make a loud noise right outside my window. So as soon as the snapshot goes away, or as soon as the telegraph goes away, that's the snapshot. So what that means is if the telegraph goes away, and you could run into the area, and then like 2, 3, or sometimes in extreme cases, even 4 seconds later, the attack actually goes off and does nothing to you, because when it was snapshotted, you were outside of it. Of course, it's the LAN people. We don't have a LAN. I don't know what they're doing. Now, the reverse is also true. if a telegraph goes off and a snapshot happens and you have 1 foot in it, this actually happened during this very run, even if you're running out or even if you turn away or whatever, it doesn't matter because the snapshot happened at a certain point. The snapshot said you were in the area and you get hit by it. Now, technically, snapshotting exists in basically every MMO. Guild Wars 2 is probably the most obvious example of this. The catch is, I think some of the netcode problems bleed over into FF14 in particular, and make snapshotting something that people even notice, in addition to actually having problems with. Because WoW and Guild Wars 2, to use two very specific examples, also use snapshotting. They have to. But because of how their netcode works, it's a lot less noticeable, and generally speaking, if you're out of it, you're out of it. Also, Guild Wars 2, just to talk about this, actually has a snapshot override, believe it or not. So you have the ability to do a dodge roll in Guild Wars 2. And that actually gives you iframes, invulnerability frames. And that means you can actually dodge over something. And even though the snapshot counts you in, the snapshot will check to see if you have iframes when it concludes. And so in other words, if I'm saying this weird, but the way it works is your client side can override the server side with regards to you getting hit, because the client side is what keeps track of when you currently have iframes, and then it communicates with the server side, which says whether or not you were in the snapshot or not, right? So there's a little bit of an additional gradient in getting out of stuff in Guild Wars 2. So that's kind of how that works over in that one. And yet, generally speaking, snapshots are not an issue in this game. It's just occasionally they are, including the fight we just did and the previous Titan fight. So, USN Corp disagrees and is overruled. Therefore, I mean, you're not going to talk me down from gameplay negative. That's unavoidable. That fight does have several gameplay issues with it. Although I'm curious what you would say is a real snapshot issue fight, if you don't mind sharing, USN Corp, because I'd very much like to hear. Because I could think of a few, but, you know, there's a little bit of bias in that, so I'm going to keep quiet about that. I will say almost everything when they do the fast spin tends to be problematic for snapshotting. I've noticed that. I don't understand your question, Linearith, but what you're describing is exactly what I'm talking about, yes. Titania's diabomb, or twin, yeah, I was gonna say Twin Tania's diabombs. Yeah, I will agree with that completely, my god. Wow, Alex, holy crap. E10, well, I've never done E10S, so I can't speak to that one. But I gotta look up which one E10 is off the top of my head. I'm trying not to spoil. No, it does not. In fact, Shadowkeeper. Gotcha. Ironically, the game actually expects you to keep DPSing while dodging stuff. Which, make of that what you will. Like, a lot of the fights, especially on Savage and Extreme and Ultimate, are designed around the idea that you are maintaining 100% uptime while dodging everything, which is doable. But yeah, the game encourages greeting. By way of it. I mean, you remember how we actually hit the Harden Rage in Ruby Weapon? Harden Rage. You're dead. You did it too slowly. We almost hit it the second time. Yeah. Anyways, okay. What's it called when the eye is open and you have the 30-second buff? Rax, you should know this off the top of your head. Estragoon. Dragon Sight. Or Life of a Dragon. I'm getting conflicting answers. I'm gonna go with Rax. Yeah, that's the one, Rex. I should probably mention, Linerith, that simply having a different internet provider, granted I have moved since then, but just going from Comcast to Google Fiber has had a noticeable impact on my snapshots, for example. The previous time when I was streaming, I was actually streaming in Comcast, and it is a noticeable difference. And it shouldn't be, because even though Comcast is Comcast, it still should be cable internet. You know, it shouldn't be that big of a gap, but it is, so make of that what you will. Yes, Lunarith is going through this first time. That's why we're saying things like E4 and E8 and E12 rather than actually saying the boss fights. Good policy in general, actually. Yeah, we're pretty good about not spoiling. We just try to... The general rule of thumb is just use the brains. If I say, there's this raid upcoming, which is the kill Emmett Silk in his stupid face raid, then I probably know not to say that name. Yeah, we're killing him again, and a third time, and actually a fourth time. And a fifth time. And a sixth time. The rest of the fights in this game are just Emmett Silk. It would appear the balance has returned to the element of Earth. I decided to give... Oh, sorry, you might care about this, Rax. I decided to give Dragoon 2 pluses at 80. Dragoon certainly is enjoyable at 70, but the 70 to 80 range is when Dragoon becomes Dragoon, as far as I'm concerned. There's so much... It doesn't get that many new abilities. In fact, it only gets one real new ability. But the way its moves loop in on each other, and there's now benefit to timing and staggering and layering certain phases on each other, and it encourages you to do certain things in different ways. Like, it just works so much better at 80. I think you remember this, Rax. Dragoon at 80 is when I finally actually started liking the class, and it's really good at 80. So, anyways. Yeah, and yes, exactly. No, it's a joke, Lunaruth. It's a joke. I haven't been past this point, remember? I don't know what we're going into. You are literally further in this story than I am, so you can spoil me. The transformation hath affected only the immediate vicinity, whereas the lands beyond this lake doth remain unchanged. 'Tis passing strange indeed. Did we do something wrong? Though this fail is short of the outcome I'd envisioned, 'tis plain our efforts were not in vain. Mayhap this localized phenomenon is a result of intersection of ethereal currents. No, I've done Eden. I've done all of Eden. I have to. I wouldn't have a New Game Plus otherwise. Therefore, it's reasonable to assume that similar locations in the empty hath undergone comparable alterations. Yeah, if you want to pull it technically, there's like 4 quests I've done after this that will be New Game Plusing and Boja. But I think that is actually it as far as stuff I've done. Eden, Roll Quests, and Boja. And I haven't even finished Boja. I unlocked the ability to go into Z1 this morning. Didn't realize that was a thing. Anyways, Reen's warring out. No, Reen. Yeah, we did Nier stuff Monday. Got that out of the way. First 3 positive fight in the entire game was the last Nier fight. Alright. Perhaps asserting her will over Eden has taken its toll. I'm not sure there's a Final Fantasy game I haven't played regardless of mainline golden ratio. Not counting 16, of course. That didn't look like nothing to me. You better lie down for a while. No, really, I'm fine. Anyway, we got work to do. Yeah, Nier 3 was just... Thancred has the right of it. 'Twould be unwise to exert thyself overmuch. I appreciate your concern, but I do wish you'd stop fussing. Reen! I haven't played Stranger of Paradise, that's true. Maybe when it comes out on PC. I do plan to. Pax and I are going to play through it. Reen, thou knowest not the strain thou dost placed on thyself. Though the elements of water and earth have been restored, continued exposure to the empty stagny ether may be sapping thee of the remaining strength. Stranger of Paradise has 3-player co-op. Full online, full campaign co-op. Now that you mention it, I've been... Yeah, sorry, for those of you not aware of this, Strangers of Paradise has full campaign, full 3-player online co-op. It's easily the best thing about the game. I've heard, everyone I've heard talk about it, everyone I've heard review of it, has praised it on the exact same axis. Its story apparently sucketh, but the gameplay is apparently legit with a couple of caveats. Its itemization is, by everything I've heard, absolutely awful, but we'll get to that later. Combat is supposed to be legit. I've also been told anybody who's played Neo will find it right at home. Unfortunately, I haven't played Neo yet. So... and no, we wouldn't, Rax, although I don't know how much your schedule lines up with ours. We're pretty in stone at this point with regards to our co-op schedule. Is it at least funny bad? Well, that I'm not sure about specifics. Like I said, when it comes out on PC, Zed Slayer. Neo's on the list, but it's not in the queue yet. Sorry, I should be reading this out loud, but it's really simple. We're taking the totally mystery woman who we don't know who it is out of the empty with us because we need to get the hell out of the empty. All raids in Endwalker will be considered patch content, and therefore we will not be doing any raids for this stream in Endwalker. Also, meanwhile, Thancred, we won't be staying in the first forever. The time will come for Reen and I to part ways and for her to follow her own path. I know you understand this too. I can see you trying to pass on as much of your knowledge as possible while you still can, and to her credit, she's actually taking most of it in. Reen is possessed of a natural affinity for etherology, unlike some who shall remain unnamed. A natural affinity for staying awake during your lectures, more like. Though, to come to think of it, she doesn't really take after me at all. However, like thee, she is predisposed to brooding in silence in lieu of voicing her concerns. Yeah, the two dads here. Says the master of keeping his cards close to his chest. Anyway, Laura, you better take the Sky Slipper. It's true she's been through a lot, and so have you. Yeah, I did just kill 2 primals, a thing, and a primal. God, I just killed 3 primals, didn't I? But yes, we will be doing, so we'll be doing MSQ, we'll be doing side quests, we'll be doing role quests, we'll be doing, something else. I forget what else. Optional dungeons. We'll be doing the optional dungeons. But we will not touch the raid content yet. It's not out yet, and that's just kind of how we've decided to roll that. If you remember, we kind of established this back in Shadow Walkers. And by Shadow Walkers, I mean Shadow Bringers. God damn it. Listen. Charlene would never have hypocrisy. That's it, the crafter thing. That was the other thing I was thinking. Yeah, Shadow Blood, that's the one. Ah! Okay. Glad you had there to keep me company. I have no idea how to pass the time otherwise. Yeah, long drives are boring. I tend to write in my head when I have long drives. It's one of the only creative times I have, so I design a lot in my head when I'm driving. Before that, I was hoping I could have a word with you. Something's been on my mind. Shadow's Ward. That actually sounds like a thing. Sleeping while driving doesn't sound like the best idea to me, Reggie. I don't know. Maybe I'm weird. This might not be the best place for it. Those creatures look a bit hungry. When I first spoke with Thancred and Urianger about what I'd sensed in the empty, part of me wished we could have just left it alone. I guess I was scared of what we'd find. But now that we found Eden, I know I made the right choice. If I'd given in to fear, I probably would have spent my life wondering what might have been. From now on, whenever I hear that voice inside me telling me to run away, to hide, I won't listen. That's not who I am anymore. Even so, all the courage in the world's not going to help me decide what we should do with that girl when she wakes up. Remember what she said right before she passed out? Why am I here? What's happening? What if she's being controlled or forced to act against her will? Whatever the case, it's clear she's not a monster. She's a person, like you or me. Some people would debate that. Obviously, she knows something about Eden, and we need to get all the information we can, but more than that, I just want to talk to her, find out who she is, and if there's anything we can do to help her. On the other hand, we mustn't forget she's already attacked us once. What if she tries again when she wakes up? If she keeps us from reclaiming the empty, it'll all be my fault. It's no good. I can't make up my mind. What do you think we should do? I mean, even Emmett Selk had his reasons. We should at least hear her out. I know, right, Linnerith? I see what you mean. Perhaps if we'd been able to come to an understanding, things wouldn't have ended the way they did. Hope that's nothing like Emmett Selk, but we won't know until we speak with her. Until then, I'll concentrate on the here and now. Speaking of which, the people we're on our way to meet lent us the Sky Slipper and most of the apparatus we've been using. And since we've been sworn to secrecy, I assume the same applies to them and their colleagues. So, let's find a place to relax. Yeah, don't worry, we will have a QA wrap up stream. That's pretty much locked in stone at this point. A what do you feel about Endwalker stream. So let's see. Looking at the classes. Can someone, like, remind me in vague terms what E5 is? Because I don't have strong memories of E5 or E7. Horse. Okay. Okay. I could probably do that with Monk. I'll go ahead and Monk it up for that one, if that's okay. E7 is light and dark portals? Wait, really? Yes, Lunarith. Patchwalker, aka the stream that's currently being funded for the end, we're going to do once all the patches are out. Pretty much everything other... In fact, in all honesty, we will probably wait on the Patchwalker stream until the next expansion is either out or coming out or whatever. You know, once we already know where we're going with that. Speaking of which, I mentioned that I have much worse news about WoW. So I've decided after some considerable thought, and actually consulted a few people, including my beloved sister on this matter. And as much as I do, let me just be 100% honest with myself. And by with myself, I mean with you, about myself. I want to just hit WoW right after this. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. Actually digging into the MMOs from a gameplay perspective and a story construction perspective has been absolutely fascinating, and I've really been enjoying doing so. This has been a great stream from my perspective these last month. I hope y'all have been enjoying as much as I have. So I absolutely want to do that, but I understand that there's plenty of people who don't want that, and that is not just going to cost me financially, which, to be perfectly frank, I could take the hit financially. But from a more intangible perspective, I don't want to drive too many people away, and I don't want to have too many people just kind of be like, screw this nonsense, or cause them to have less stream time, put simply, right? So the long and the short of it is I've decided not to jump immediately into WoW after this. What I've decided instead is one direction or the other, I will put the WoW stream right next to Patchwalker. So, for example, let's say that, just made up numbers, but let's presume that, like, maybe we find out that November is when the new expansion for FF14 is coming out. So, a couple of months before that, or maybe a month before that, or something like that. So, you know, when the final patch is out, we could go and hit WoW and then hit FF14. Or we could just do Patchwalker and then do WoW, whichever direction we want to do that in. One way or the other. I think that's how we're going to go ahead and line that up. That way we will still have the benefit and experience of examining two MMOs right next to each other. And we will also be able to, you know, not make people hate me for the next several months. And yeah, it'll also help because we'll be able to look at Endwalker with all the patch content, with all the stuff I'm looking forward to as well. That's a good question, Rex. I think that I'm going to hold off on deciding until we see where the schedule lines up. I would probably do WoW first as well. It feels better to do WoW than Patchwalker, especially since it'll follow the progression chain, for lack of a better way to put it. Let me explain this differently. Imagine going from Patchwalker right into Burning Crusade, the worst WoW expansion. By contrast, if we go from Legion straight into Patchwalker, a little bit more of a direct parallel, right? So that's kind of the direction I'm thinking with that. And yes, I said Legion, not Shadowlands. As I think I've mentioned, BFA and Shadowlands are actually going to be kind of moved off the table for a little bit because of feasibility concerns. So that's something that'll probably eventually be available, but right now I can't guarantee covering BFA and Shadowlands because of issues I'm not going to go into right now. So Legion is actually, as far as I'm concerned, as of this moment, the final bit of WoW content I would be reviewing. Okay. To my knowledge, we haven't gotten any confirmation of anything. I mean, we know there's a 6.1 coming, and they're having a meeting about it tomorrow. That's about all we know on that. By a meeting, I mean a letter. Excuse me. And yeah, you're right, Omega Legion. It'll give WoW a chance to dig itself out of its stupid hole, which will also help. This is very, cutthroat of me, but it's true. It'll mean more people will be interested in the stream. If I was to stream WoW 5 months ago, nobody would watch it because WoW was just at a terrible state because of all the garbage going on at ActiBlizzard. So, anyways, so. Now that we're here, allow me to introduce you to two members of our inner circle, or whatever you want to call it. That's Ghoul, who is interested in trading for any relics we find. He gets weapons. That's where you turn in for weapons. Now, the means we should meet are somewhere around here. Reen, what a relief it is to see you returned unharmed from your expedition. Probably Wenlock, but, That's also a thing that might actually happen, Hazardous, depending on the scheduling. Like, I don't think Patchwalker will be ready to go this year, you know what I mean? Sorry to have kept you waiting. We were gone. Oh yeah, by the way, real quick thing, in case I haven't said this enough, I will keep repeating this. If any game that can go away, like an MMO, is getting the plug pulled, it's getting pushed to the top of the queue, pretty much period, to be able to review it before I can't anymore. That's true for WoW, that's true for Guild Wars 2, that's true for Star Trek Online, that's true for Tor. Tor is the really painful one there, because Tor is a nice, big game, and that's going to hurt if we have to suddenly shove that to the top of the queue, but that's what it is. So, FYI, I've said that several times, I will repeat that several times. That's always the modus operandi. So, anyways, sorry for keeping you waiting. This is Luri. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As a representative of the Settlement Council, I'm here to oversee delivery of equipment deemed necessary to your mission. I will be on hand to provide any assistance you may require. Tor is in danger of that. So is Guild Wars 2, to be completely blunt. Both games, don't mistake me as saying it's likely. It's more accurate to say that both games, it's on the table. And if anybody knows anything about corporate mentality, you know that if it's on the table at all, it's something you need to worry about, right? And I actually agree with Hazardous. Like, if I were to review magically Asheron's Call right now, it would automatically get 3 negatives for the fact that I can't play it anymore, right? And so yes, they are currently working on their next patch cycle for Guild Wars 2. That doesn't mean that there aren't financial issues and concerns, especially with certain companies I'm not going to name right now, that mean it is at least possible they will shut down Guild Wars 2. Now, again, I'm not saying it's likely. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Utility... Oh, you mean like roadworks, Actaft. I was like, what the heck is that? Sorry you had to deal with all that nonsense. So anyways. No, the one that is most likely to get the plug pulled right now is Tor. Because End of Dragons actually did pretty well financially, so there's less of a chance of that. Tor's latest expansion did not do well. The latest update is financially, purely financially, not scoring particularly well. And that's a problem. So, of all the MMOs out there, ironically, the one most likely to be jumped to the top of the list is actually Tor. So, yay. Anyways, more mere supposition, it would behoove us to proceed with caution. Moreover, I would refrain from discussing the matter of Lorene and lore until we know more. If Guild Wars 2 gets the plug pulled, Guild Wars 1 will also go away. Almost assuredly. Even though it shouldn't, and there's no reason for it to, because Guild Wars 1 has been on maintenance mode for literally years, and quite literally pays for itself. I appreciate you telling me, even if it's not too sure to be sure. I'll be the one watching over, after all. The Oracle of Darkness. Dun 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 dun. So, NCSoft still owns ArenaNet. And NCSoft is beholden to the government of South Korea. Now, I don't want to get into that if I can. It's actually stupid. But there's issues. Can I just summarize that? There's issues. So, fingers crossed, I really hope that doesn't happen. Let me be clear. As much as Guild Wars 2 has issues, and it super does, it is a game that I very much enjoy, that I will probably be playing tonight while I'm D&Ding. Actually, no, I'll be doing STO tonight. That's right. So, South Korean government... Oh, God, it's so... I don't want to get into it because it's complicated, not because it's polemic. The long and the short of it is the South Korean government set up a corporation several years ago, actually I think over the decade range at this point, whose entire purpose was to invest government money into certain ventures and blah, 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 blah. NCSoft. And then NCSoft bought up a bunch of other companies, but the problem is, because they are being run from what I can only refer to as a governmental perspective, they don't operate like a standard corporation. So most of the usual corporate rules, both good and bad, don't apply in the same way to NCSoft. So NCSoft does some things, both good and bad, because they're a more governmental concern than they are a corporate concern. So anyways, there you are. I'm part of the team helping with the highly classified, very secret thing. Sorry for talking so long about this. I apologize. Let's get on with the quest here. Yeah, I heard about that Omega Legion. Like I said, Tor, regardless of critical reception, which is whatever, if I'm being honest, I tend to pay attention to the financial side, and Tor's latest expansion is not doing well. So anyways, hey, there's this person. Her name is Gaia. She claimed to be a free citizen of Yulmore, so that's awesome. Oh yeah, did you notice how we didn't even, like, see her? Like, obviously we saw her in the armor, but we didn't. Her model wasn't ready, apparently, until, you know, the second bundle. They like to do that, don't they? Anyways, I cannot be sure whether she's telling me the truth or it's just a ruse. She's yet to display any hostility, which is encouraging, I suppose. And Thangred's with her now? Yes, he's taken her to Yulmore, mainly to verify what she's told us so far. Quiz the locals, that kind of thing. After that, the plan is to come back here, though they're taking longer than I anticipated. I do hope nothing's amiss. I mean, I think I've given away my opinion on Gaia because I was upset that she wasn't in the MSQ. So, make of that what you will. Good grief, are you always this slow? Those heels are so stupid. At this rate, it'll be dark again before we know it. The night sky returning is all well and good, but it does make each day seem awfully short. And you're still dragging your heels back there, at least act like you've got a purpose, will you? Now, look here, I'm not one of your servants. Why don't you try carrying your own luggage for a change? Yeah, I don't mean to get into fashion, you know, being a fashion geek, because I am a fashion geek. But her outfit's terrible. It's actually terrible. Like, everything about it is wrong. I could just sit here and go down the list of everything wrong with it, but I'm just going to summarize by saying, what the hell were you smoking when you designed this? And I'm just going to move on. You lot are a sight for sore eyes, even you, Urianje. Gaia and I have just finished shipping her personal effects from Yulmore. Glad we can meet properly. Did you learn anything useful? I think they did, Rax. Other than where she lives, not an awful lot. Her supposed neighbors barely know the first thing about her. Hell, she barely knows anything about herself. Her recollection of her life in Yulmore is patchy at best. But she seemed convinced she'll regain her memory if she accompanies us, and so she invited herself to join our merry band. For her first act, she ordered me to carry her luggage. Okay, not a great way to introduce a new character. If I'm being honest. If you insist on standing around talking, might I suggest finding a place to sit down first? My feet are killing me. Maybe if you wore shoes. Perhaps we should choose a more sensible footwear. Hey! Thank you, Thacred. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, you've seen Angelina Jolie, right? Those aren't super exaggerated big lips. Although I don't know if she's had Botox. Got so many questions I want to ask, but I probably shouldn't bombard her. Amnesia. 'Tis troubling, though not entirely unexpected. Well, I've given you my early impression of Gaia, but I'll be interested in hearing your opinion. Go and talk to her. Do I have to? So you don't remember anything at all? Not attacking us, falling unconscious? Such selective amnesia would raise suspicion within those of cautious mind. Yet if she does speak the truth, it would lend credence to my current hypothesis, though admittedly some further... Not now, Rayonje, she just woke up. We don't want to bore her back to sleep. In any case, I prefer to follow my instincts, and they're telling me Gaia means us no harm. It's not physical harm. After much deliberation, I thought it only right to let her know about her work in the empty as a sign of goodwill. After all, trust works both ways. See, ironically, I actually rather like Nomura's art style. What I don't like is his art design, if that makes any sense. Like, if he's drawing something else, I really enjoy his particular aesthetic. If he's designing something of his own, well, you know. There are exceptions, of course. But then again, I can't stand a mono, so make of that what you will. Anyways, so, you're the one who's supposed to font. Come to think of it, I recognize you from somewhere. You should, considering you tried to kill me. You failed, of course, because I am me. Well, Thancred's a version of events I need to go by. You weren't exactly holding back yourself. Nope. Still, it seems I didn't give you much of a choice but to defend yourself, so let's call it even. Not that I have any recollection of it. It's actually like remembering fragments of a dream. Only to realize those things actually happening. So my whole life has been leading to this. Oh, I agree, Omega Legion. I think people give Nomura entirely too bad of a rap. It's why I tend to defend him. He makes his mistakes, he has his issues, but people like to heap way too much crap on him, and it actually... You remember when Nomura's name was, like, briefly mentioned in something? I think it was Stranger from Paradise, and everyone's like, oh, of course Nomura would make this garbage. And it's like, he's not... No! Like, everyone just dogpiled someone who was barely involved in the project. I forget if that was Strangers in Paradise. But it was something. Something somewhat recently. Thou speakest as though thou didst expect these events. Guess you could say that. That's what the fairy tells me. Yeah, 7R1. That's another example of that. I can't see it, but as though there's someone else inside me and I can hear its voice in my head. It whispers to me and lets me use its power. Magic, I guess you could call it. Not that I know much about that sort of thing. I don't remember what it was, Alex. I just remember that that was a thing. I myself had to talk about that during a lore week. I was like, he didn't do this. This power alloweth thee to tear open the fabric twixt realities, that thou mayest call forth ether stars, denizens of what remaineth of the 13th. What? Was that supposed to mean something? You're just spouting random words at me. Honestly, I don't know how you put up with this. I've only just met him, and all his insufferable prattle is already giving me a headache. God, I can't believe I'm having this conversation. I think it was flying about in a suit of armor waving a sword. That doesn't sound like me at all. Someone else inside you. Yeah, she would sympathize with that, wouldn't she? Aye, the similarities cannot be ignored, though it is too early to say with certainty. Gaia may well be the Oracle of Darkness. What does that mean? Well, that means you may have been right when you said she has something in common with Emmett Selk. Those who have been used as a living host by an Ascian have no recollection of events during their possession. This I know from personal experience. But Gaia seems to have some memory still, even if they're hazy. Moreover, she remained control of herself when she heard the voice within, much like you and Minfilia. And though Reen is very much her own person, Minfilia's presence did exert a change upon her outward appearance, granting her hair and eyes like you, akin to our departed friend. It's therefore not unthinkable that Gaia's raven locks may be a manifestation of the darkness which hath come to reside within her. But I was born like this. And my parents, they both had black hair too. At least I think they did. It's been so long since I saw them, I can't remember too well. But enough about me. You're Minfilia, aren't you? The Oracle of Light, who they were hosting in Ylmore? That's right, although imprisoning is a better word. They kept me locked away, and I didn't know much about Ylmore or its people, and the rest of the world for that matter. I see. And how did the Oracle of Light run into the Warrior of Darkness? Well, it all started when... Yes, I remember the day everyone went raving mad and Lord Vothry fled. Everything after that's still a blur, though. 5 hours later. Yeah, that was a long story. From what Gaia's told me, she wasn't part of the mob that attacked us, but how was she able to resist Vothry's control? Mayhap was intervention of this fairy of whom she speaks. Oh yeah, you're probably wondering why she keeps referring to the voice inside her as a fairy. It's an FF8 reference. As curious as that may be, we still don't know why she appeared out of nowhere as soon as Eden took flight. A little bit, yes, I would, Trihexia. This is just a guess, but I'd say the fairy reacted to it in some way, and for whatever reason, just maybe go after it. You know, I just realized, what do you think Gaia's going to look like after the graphics update? I know they're doing it, like, piece by piece, and they're doing certain models before certain other models, but... yeah, that seems the only explanation. And yeah, she has way too much Aileron. I don't know about you, but I've had enough nattering. I'm going back to Eden. Well, but why? The fairy wants something from Eden, and knowing what it is will bring me a step closer to discovering exactly what's been living in my head all these years. Besides, my memories aren't going to restore themselves, and certainly not through idle chit-chat. I'm going, and that's that. Interesting music choice for that. This is Emmett Selk's theme. Well, it's the Ascian theme. Insufferable. Utterly insufferable. We can't leave her to our own devices. Come on. Oh yeah, so I'm not decided on this yet, but I'm going to jot down a potential story negative for Gaia right now. I'll explain later, but I probably don't have to explain to anybody who's done this chain. We'll see. Yep. Can't have gone far, especially not in those heels. Yeah, imagine walking in the desert in those heels. Just... I don't think that would make it better. It'll make a lesion. Maybe in the armor. I don't know. I mean, I walk on the balls of my feet by default. It's an old habit from martial artist training. I can't imagine walking like that in some really fun terrain. Gaia. Seems I have no choice. I have no choice but to use the power of darkness. I do not know, Reggie. You know, I'm right here. Yes, Evo. So that did nothing. So yeah, she has temporal magic, kind of. She's a time mage, put simply. Well, there's this thing about sand hazardous. What am I? A better question I have not heard in recent memory. You can really see the eyeliner there. Jeez Louise. Yep, that's how she does her makeup. She goes... And then like 5 seconds later... Not entirely sure what I just witnessed. I do. Remember, she was the fight that had the time powers. Remember that? Most fascinating application of ethereal manipulation. The destructive blast did manifest a significant span of time after the initial casting. With sufficient mastery of the same technique, a second spell could be made to smite the target at precisely the same moment. While it would demand exceptional ethereal control, its tactical potency cannot be denied. Powers befitting the Oracle of Darkness. When you fought Gaia, she opened void gates, yes. Back in the source, portals such as those were all too common, but tearing open the veil between the 1st and the 13th is an entirely different matter. You should be thankful she's not a mind to turn her power on us. I mean, I already beat her up once. In a game like this, it probably wouldn't work, said Slayer. Now, in other games, like, say, a grid-based game like Final Fantasy Tactics, temporal, time-delayed powers would actually be really awesome. What are you all gawping at? I don't mean to stare, but it's not every day I see magic like that, so... Is the power of the fairy you spoke of? Ever since I was a child, it has whispered to me, telling me what to do. That's how I came to use its power. Yeah, I can see that too, Rex. This will happen at this point, and you can just see exactly when it'll happen in the queue. But there are things I can't explain. Holes ripped in thin air, terrifying creatures, ghastly-looking blades, and armor. Worst of all is the dark energy. This power feels like it's only flowing through me and never truly mine. Even when it answers my call, it takes a few moments for the spells to work. So in summary, you don't have control over magic. No, Quick Hit is the inverse of that. Quick Hit shoves... Quick Hit takes so little time to act that you can get multiple hits in before you move further down the list. It's not as if I ever tried to control it. I haven't made a habit of fighting wild beasts. Unfortunately, it's part and parcel of traveling through the Amur Ring. And while I understand you want answers, you're not going to find them unprepared as you are. But, yeah, we'll help you. Alright, time to do E8 without Zera. There's no telling what might happen if she loses control again. The safest option is for her to stay away until our work is done. Somewhere we can keep an eye on her. You must realize it is for her own good. I must concur with Thancred's assessment. At present we know precious little of Gaia's origins and less still of her powers. If she is indeed the Oracle of Darkness, her presence may complicate a task already fraught with peril, placing our mission and her own well-being in jeopardy. In full knowledge of the risks, dost thou still wish to pursue this course? I do. It wasn't so long ago I was living in isolation, being held against my will. Maybe the people keeping an eye on me thought that was for my own good, too. But if we shut Gaia away for our own convenience, we're no better than Vothri and Ranjit! I hate that argument so goddamn much. If we do this slightly... related thing. We're Hitler! Hate that crap. I've learned that when someone is in need, we must reach out a helping hand, not push them away. That's not what we're suggesting. Now it's my turn. I too must do for Gaia what you've done for me. Even knowing the danger, I won't choose the easy way out. This is the path I've chosen. Okay. Now, yeah, we're worse than Hitler. Literally worse than Hitler. Mine apologies, my dear, but we feel it necessary to test thy resolve. Let it suffice to say, thou hast left no room for doubt. For what it's worth, I never doubted you. But make no mistake, the danger Oriange spoke of is too real. If you're prepared to go through with this, we'll be right there behind you, beside you. I couldn't care less who I travel with, but if we're going to go, let's go already. There's supposed to be some kind of craft. Now, come on, don't fall behind. And then she trips. And then she trips. And then she trips. And then her ankles break. And then Rain's like, I got this. And it actually poisons her instead of heals her. Turns into a whole thing. I mean, I know we all say that fashion is more important than stats when it comes to gear, but I think Gaia's taking that a little bit too far. Why couldn't you leave this at Mordsuk and start all the way out here? Don't bother explaining. Whatever the reason is, I'm sure it's something frightfully uninteresting. And then she died! Alright, there we go. Of course, I'm worried about what may happen when Gaia gets close to Eden. We need to keep a close eye on her. Well, yeah. Though our circumstance hath changed, our mission doth most assuredly hath not. Restoring life to the empty remaineth our primary objective. Might be a little tight squeeze, but we'll manage. Maybe Oriange can sit on top of our luggage. God, we spent the last 20 minutes, like, just... just ripping on her. As usual, let's be out here as briefly as possible. I had hoped that during our absence, the rebalancing of ambient ether might work to further change. Alas, was not to be. Everything seems fine, but Gaia hasn't started attacking yet, so I'll take that as a good sign. So there it is. It's nighttime, so... Ah! Yeah, that's true. Whatever Gaia is, she's nowhere near as bad as those freaking kids back in the weapon chain. Not that that's saying much. Bringer of the Flood, the first Sin Eater. Would it lead me to my past or my future? Time relevance, because FF8 references. I would have waited on the path ahead, I couldn't say, but I had no choice but to take the first step. And get a better outfit. I mean, sorry. Sorry. Right. Ramu, I think. Oh no, I remember what this one is. Never mind, never mind. You even told me earlier. That's why I'm playing Monk. I know what it's like. It was the same for me. But I was lucky because Thancred freed me from Yulmore and I had a chance to see the world. More importantly, though, I met all kinds of people, and they taught me not to live in another's shadow, but to be myself. Maybe one day you'll have that chance, too. Said your piece, have you? Hey. One day? What's that supposed to mean? I don't know how the great Oracle of Light sees such things, but if someone as me has only known life in Yulmore, there's no tomorrow. There's no future. There's only here and now. And while we waste time on these meaningless conversations, I feel every moment of my life slipping away. Time won't wait for me. Not for me and not for anyone. Direct quote from FF8. I don't know how much longer I can hold on to who I am. Sorry, Gaia. Gaia? It's not even probably my real name. It isn't? Well, Thancred asked me my name. I couldn't remember. That's when the fairy whispered to me. God. But if you grew up in Yulmore, surely there's someone who knows who you are. Everyone I once knew has either disappeared or turned into a sin-eater. Those whose names and faces I remember, that is. In the end, we found not a single person who recognized me. As far as I can recall, I've never been the most sociable person, but still, I would never have guessed. Well, even if it's not your real name, I think Gaia sounds lovely. If you're happy with it, that's what we should call you. And if you're willing, instead of Oracle Light, call me Reen. It's not the name I was born with, that's long forgotten now, but it's the one the people who I consider family gave to me. Is that so? Well, as much as I'd love to keep this chatting, there's something that's bothering me. I thought the fairy would have reacted to Eden in some way, but so far nothing whatsoever. When I gather it wasn't until Eden started moving that I appeared out of the blue. Perhaps if you were to actually try flying it somewhere, the fairy might break its silence. If you've got elements to restore or whatever, why don't you hurry up and get it over with? Not once, your ladyship. Aye, may best to resign ourselves to her mannerisms. Good thing we're not wholly unfamiliar with attending nobility, given certain company in the Scions. Of whomsoever dost thou speak, I wonder? Alright, I think we've talked long enough. Let's head to Eden. Foundation withdrawal. There's not even skin underneath her there anymore. It's all rotted away. My memories. I think they're slowly coming back to me. My mother and father would constantly blather on about how the flood of light could return to the end of the world when we least expect it, and that we should live each day as though it were our last. They would often say I wish this moment would last forever. Until they were selected for Ascension and were never to be seen again. I said, and we know what happened to Ascension. I hope they were delicious. Since I had no other relatives or even close friends to speak of, I was alone in the world. A past like that hardly seems worth remembering. Agreed. New life, let's go. Reen's little chat with Gaia reminded me that, for all our obvious differences, there are things we have in common. I, too, grew up not knowing who my parents were. The day Louis Soir gave me the surname Waters was one I will never forget. Years later, it was under a more desperate circumstance I gave a certain young girl the name Minfilia. Little did I know that I would end up crossing time and space, taking on a meaning I could never foreseen. It came to be passed on to one girl to another, binding them to a fate not their own. In a sense, it may be said I chose not one but two names for Reen, but by whatever name she is called, she is truly her own person now. And as central to our lives as names are, I believe that it isn't the name itself, but the bond it symbolizes that matters most. Hang on. Oh, there we go. I've done some reading about the land swallowed up by the flood, but it's no easy task to find locations within a dominant element. I'm glad we have Urianger here. Also, everyone keeps talking about makeup being bad for you. All I gotta say is the Catwoman movie. Following the initial changes wrought by the release of Water and Earth, the Empty hath displayed no further signs of alteration. Stability some may call this and be satisfied, but in truth it is passivity. A passivity stemming from Light's ever-pervasive presence. If we're to break the status quo, we must needs employ a catalyst, a third element that shall rouse and stabilize those energies in activity. Lightning. So, Ramo, from what I've heard, he's a guardian of the forest and not particularly keen on conflict, but you've actually fought him, haven't you? He's half man, half beard, and another half beard for good measure. Ah yes, Thancred mentioned he was more close to resembling a person than a beast, unlike most primals, and apparently he tends not to move about much. Glad to see our lessons have paid off. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I want you to imagine, just for a second, that we do all this build-up to fight lightning, and then instead of, you know, what we fight, it's actually lightning. From 13. We can fly somewhere, so so rather than sitting in one spot while you exchange anecdotes, why don't you get the blasted thing moving first? One must admit, the suggestion is not without merit. Might I suggest the Gandalf Thunder Plains? The plains in Rit were perpetually blanketed in storm clouds, FF10 reference, the only source of illumination of the ceaseless barrage of lightning. The ambient ether that lingereth there still shall provide ideal conditions for summoning. Now see, the problem is if we fought lightning, she'd win. And... let's say, I should be ready to go right after this. Yeah, FF13 3 lightning? Yeah, no, she'd just kill us. Yep, I'm good to go. But I think Lunareth is still catching up. Anything to say, Gaia? I don't think I've ever been anywhere like this before. I'm not sure I want to come back. Too dreary for my liking. It would be nice if our next destination is cheerier, but I suppose I can't exactly choose if I want answers. Yeah, just looking around. Oh my god! The mechanic is dodge lightning perfectly 300 times in a row without fail, or die. Okay, E5. Well, you see, Lunareth. I don't know when you asked that question. There's no timestamps in this chat log, so I don't know when you asked that question. So I'm gonna ignore the question entirely. And be a monk. It's time to monk it up. And dance it up. I mean, monks are kind of dancers anyways. But have you seen my moveset? You asked why Urianger was lying, despite saying he wouldn't lie anymore. Although, honestly, you kind of probably got your answer to that with the quest we just did. Oh my god!
There's no turning back! Get ready!
It is the Thunder Plains. I forgot about that. Okay, so remember, we summoned this, so... what are we smoking?
So, this is Ramu.
I hate that pronunciation. Ixion's a Fade in this game? I mean, I know who Ixion is from 10. But I actually didn't remember he was in, it. They were in this. Alright, so... Monk. I forgot to look up what's different about Monk at this level. Shoot! Alright, whatever. I had tons of time to do it, too. Whatever. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I gotta remember how this works. Okay, so that's... Right. So that's far, and that's near. I couldn't remember which was which. And yeah, there's an orb mechanic like, what's-her-face? And then there's the clouds. The cloud of lightning. Yep, that's how lightning would kill me. She'd just say, yep, nope, you're dead. And then I'd die. Nothing I could do about it. Butter and milk. Critical. I'm not actually joking about that. Gotta have butter and milk. It's one of those essential cooking things. You can make a lot of dishes with buttermilk and one other ingredient. Eggs would probably be the other big one. Butter, milk, and eggs, and you got a kit. Just, did I pick correctly there? Does lightning have a character trait? Does being inconsistent count as a character trait? Does suddenly giving up in the middle of a dungeon and then deciding not to give up for no reason count as a character trait? I don't know. Well, that... Wow. Okay. Yeah, jump off. Jump off. Yeah, that range. Wow. Take two. I should probably mention, unlike several of the other fights in here, I've only gotten this fight once. So this is my second time doing this fight. So I kind of vaguely remember this. Getting orbs and getting away from stabs as they bounce on the ground is about all I got. Yeah, Rama, or however they... I've already forgotten how they pronounce it. It's some weird thing that doesn't make sense in my head. That's all I remember. You can make a quiche. Ramu, that's right. Ramu. That's all I remember that. Ramu. Now a cow. Oh. I don't know what this does, but I'm out. Hoping for the best. Okay, that's a cloud. Okay, got it. Don't put clouds next to each other. Good to know. Everyone avoid that entire area over there. So, we're all dead. Well, that's not true. Wait, nope, yep, it is true. So, 2 orbs instead of 1, huh? I can do 2. I thought it was 1. Okay, Serona says it's 1. Never mind. Bad timing. So, Lunarith and I pulled a purple thing to each other. We didn't know they merged. So, they merged, and that hit right when he did his unavoidable attack. So, we got 2 unavoidable... Well, 1 unavoidable attack and 1 screw-up attack at the same time. And that was just death. That's all. The biggest thing most people screw up with quiches, in my opinion, is they don't add the flavor to it. Wherever someone else is at Lunarith. I didn't know either. I was just trying to get as far away from people as I could. And into a corner, because it will be doing damage just on the ground, wherever the cloud is. So go to this one, the shorter staff. Stand here for a minute, having no uptime, because screw you. Then we grab 1 orb, just the 1. People with purple, get out, and don't get near each other. I don't even know what that ability is. I mean, I don't even know this fight, really. I'm just kind of playing improv a little bit here. How do you add flavor to quiche? Well, there's a lot of ways you can do it. Garlic is a way to do it. Make sure you always have an orb up, by the way. Those lightning blasts get rid of orbs. I remember that. So there's some people like to lean on spinach as a way to add flavor to quiches, but honestly, I feel like that's something that's only going to work if you're already predisposed towards it, so not the greatest of ideas. But yeah, the filling is what you flavorize, and you go ahead and grab another one. By another one, I mean 1. Here's this ability. So we're going to have line attacks in a moment. So watch where the horse is. Make sure not to get knocked into another orb. You really don't want multiple orbs there. And there's our next line attack. quiche is egg pie, put simply. Bluntly. Should be spears now. Looks like we want to go here. Yep. No, I was right. I was right. It's northwestern corner. Way in the corner. My God. Make sure to refresh an orb if you don't have one. Well, that's exactly my point, though, Giga Pudding. You have to add something to flavor the quiche. Bacon is actually a pretty good pick. Garlic will work quite well. Getting killed in the face will work quite well. So it's a good pick. I can recommend it. I'm not sure what hit me there, if I'm being completely honest. Unless it's just random, in which case, never mind. Yeah. Oh, dried peppers would be good. Getting some spice to a quiche is a good idea, too. So take your time on me. My DPS is not great here. Reggie is out DPSing me. See you around, Evo. Paprika? Actually, yeah, I think that would. Whoa, okay. Orb. Ugh. Advice to myself here, more important to live than to uptime. This is interesting. Yeah, I was to say, if you can't res someone very quickly, this is over. Or if he goes into a I'm not attacking my main target thing, which might actually help. Okay. That's not cool. Damn it. Was that close? What is this ability? Ah, whatever. Alright, so let's see what do I get at this level. That's my haste. That's the chakra ability, which is an upgrade. That is. Oh, I know exactly what that is. Asparagus would work well, yeah. Someone who's a monk, remind me what six-sided star is for. Like, what's the point of it? I don't understand that. Jesus, that's, yeah. As usual, he's gonna start mix and matching mechanics now, so that's always fun. Okay, disengage. That makes sense. That makes sense. I should probably take that off X, though. Speaking of which... Hi, we're all back! Good job, by the way. Legit. By the way, deprioritize me on rezzing. I am a waste of mana right now, to be blunt. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but my DPS is garbage. That's... God damn it. I accept that, honestly. I don't even care at this point. But yeah, good job, for real. Everyone other than me. I gotta get out of here. No, 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 no! Okay, so what the hell is different about Monk at this point? No, they don't. They change the narrative. Very little. So we've got Riddle of the Wind, which is whatever. Then we've got Enlightenment, which is an upgrade. Anatom, which is pathetic and terrible. And Six-Sided Star, which is extremely situational. So Monk is barely different. Honestly, I don't think I really noticed any difference in playstyle whatsoever. Like, usually the classes that at least have upgrades but nothing else, I can tell that the way it lines up with itself is different. But yeah, Monk is just Monk. It's just Monk. I think I'm not going to give it a positive. I think it's just going to keep being monk. So, yay. That's monk. Oh god, ninja. What's the next fight? I gotta try out ninja at some point, and I'm gonna be I'm gonna be an anchor. I'm gonna be a load when higher wind. I don't remember that fight at all, so I'm not gonna do ninja for that. Well, okay, hang on. So what is different about ninja at this level? So we're gonna have. Yeah, I'm gonna be dead weight. I'm just gonna be dead weight. I'm looking forward to this. And you know what the hell that is? Allow your shadow tech enemy each time you exit. Okay, so something to buff my shadow. Wait, you want it? I can do Scholar. I mean, I'm gonna suck at it, because I suck at Scholar, but I can do it. Sure. You're all gonna die. I just want you to know that. Oh, just for the dialogue. Okay. Okay, got it. I was gonna say, you're gonna die if I'm doing Scholar. I'm just gonna be real about that. This is the only healer I do not get, or do not enjoy. I had my eye on Gaia the entire time we were fighting Ramu, and besides the sort of reaction you might expect from someone watching a half-man, half-horse Thunder God, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The fact that Eden itself shows no signs of being affected by her presence can only be a good thing. But I'd understand if Gaia herself were more than a little disappointed, and she's no closer to the answer she seeks. By the way, I should probably clarify, I wasn't actually a complete load that last fight, I just wasn't doing the damage I should have been doing. I was still 4th on the meter, it's just, you know, not a good look. I was messing up on Monk a lot. So that thing was created based on your memories? Maybe there's a way we can use Eden to summon the fairy. No! Once again, 'tis the most superlative display of thy puissance. Now, I cannot be fail notice. Did the body belong to Ixion, fabled equid embodiment of lightning? Hast thou perchance encountered the beast? Ironically, no, I don't think this character ever has. I was probably expected Ramu to turn out like that. Appearance aside, he was quite aggressive as well. The Sylph's belief in him as a kindly guardian clearly makes a difference in his temperament. Anyway, I'm just glad it's over. Let's get back to camp, see if anything's changed. Crystal's a different color, but other than that, it all looks the same. It looks the same, but it feels different. The air is more humid, as it does before rain. I have to say I'm not prepared for wet weather. If Eden control elements and so on, can't you tell it to send those clouds somewhere else? Speaking of which, I'm not very impressed with its so-called powers. If changing yellow crystals to purple is the extent of its abilities, it's no surprise the fairy didn't bother showing up. I hope whatever's next is more worthwhile. Rather than influencing the ground beneath their feet, Eden hath wrought change to the firmament above. Yet it's clear a more dynamic element is required for the natural cycle of precipitation and evaporation to be complete. Oh god, Lunarith, no! No! I already want to smack her hard enough. Seems we have a plan. Let's not dwell too much on the effects of each individual element and focus on seeing them all restored. Power of an oracle. Not to be sniffed at, it seems. All my life you were a constant companion, your voice ever seeping into my mind. Why then of all times did you abandon me? Probably because I beat the snot out of it, or, I mean... Deaf even to crashing of thunder, or are you simply biding your time? Dramaticness. When plan fails to achieve the desired effects, you move on to the next with minimal brooding and prattling. It seems we've finally learned. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a reason I told you to not bother rezzing me, by the way, as I was a load. I was a waste of mana. Just, ugh. Not sure what I was expecting to see restoring the lightning element, but I feel a little disheartened. Still, as Thancred and Urianger say, there are changes taking place, even if they're not immediately obvious. Much as I bemoan Urianger's long-winded explanations, we'd be lost without him to take care of the ethereal science and whatnot. Obviously, I'm quite sparing with my praise, otherwise I don't want it to go to his head. Ere we set out once more, might I ask if thou art familiar with the process by which rain is made to fall? It's an Allagon conspiracy! We scholars have a fairly solid grasp of it, yes. I spoke without regard to thy profession. I dare say thou art better versed in such matters than I. Might I impose on thee to divulge the intricacies of the less informed members of our party? Well, yeah, sure. By which I mean no. Then I shall proceed. With the restoration of our first element, the empty was once more blessed with the most essential ingredient of the cycle of precipitation, water. Under normal circumstances, the heat existing in the atmosphere would cause water to evaporate from the land's surface. As invisible vapor, it is borne by high wind under the firmament, where it doth condense as clouds, before descending once more, returning to the land in the form of rain. It seems we need a wind-aspected ether to create more clouds. That it hasn't rained yet means there aren't enough. Oh, excuse me. Even before that, we need fire-aspected ether to make the water evaporate. Seems that one's not much good without the other. Why don't you just draw both together? Yeah, let's do wind and fire at the same time. Let's fight a double primal. You're suggesting lore fight two deiform entities, each one as deadly as Ramu, at the same time. Do you realize how absurd that is? And yet, it is a notion that warrants further consideration. They're literally going to make me fight a double primal fight. You can't be serious. Yeah, wildfires aren't terrifying. No, what are you talking about? Cast your minds, if you will, to the elemental wheel. Wind giveth rise to lightning, whose spark doth produce fire. By restoring both wind and fire in tandem, we may maintain balance between these dynamic elemental forces. The ensuing battle shall indubitably present an ordeal unlike any lord hath ever faced. I mean, we killed him at Selk and Elidibus, both of whom were powered up. So it's not so absurd after all, is it? You... Just work more, lore. God. Just work more hours. Yeah, we've been... Actually, we haven't been to space on these characters, but by God... Oh, no, we kind of have with Omega. Although that's more like a pocket dimension, so that doesn't count. Someday we're gonna go to space, yo. Sorry, I get personally annoyed by people who give suggestions without having any idea what they're actually suggesting. Just, you know... I have selected a location in which wind and fire aspected ether lie dormant, though I shall wait until Reen has completed preparations. I'd rather Reen keep her mind on her work than worry about Gaia. Mind you, it better clear up the air before we continue. Alright, fine. What, Gaia? What? Yeah, it's true, Hades wasn't a Pridal, he was just frickin' Hades! I can't stand all this waiting around. Having grown up in Yolmor, I'm used only to living in the moment. That's the third time you've said that. We never had any reason to concern ourselves with later, tomorrow, the future. Those things don't matter. But after Lord Vothru disappeared and the night returned, everyone in Yolmor started thinking differently. I was only there for a short time with Thancred. I couldn't believe how much it had changed. It was almost as though under Lord Vothru's rule, time had stopped moving altogether. And when it ended, life went back to how it was supposed to have been. They realized they had their whole lives ahead of them to make plans and look forward to a new day. No, I did not, USM Corp. Feels like I'm the only one who can't move on, as if I'm stuck to the past. What's worse, I can barely remember any of it. Even so, I can't stand the way they act as if the past never happened, choosing to forget it all. Reen. Oh, please don't make me do this stupid animation. This is the dumbest emote in the entire game. Hey, let me beat Reen up. Ugh. Die, Reen. Ugh. 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 You're right. There's no use trying to pilot Eden while I've got other things on my mind. Oh, go talk to her. Truth is, apart from Alize and Alphino, I hardly know anyone my age. I thought I would make the effort to be nice to her, but well, you've seen how she is around me. I understand she's got her own problems to deal with, but I thought maybe I could help her in some way. But instead, she's a total prat. I'm gonna go beat her up again. Let me talk to Gaia. You concentrate on the task at hand. Is what I would have said once upon a time. Seems to me you're the one best qualified to take care of this little problem. I know she's prickly, to put it mildly, but if anyone can get through to her, it's you. Yeah, trust the dad trio here. Although we've only known her for a short while, we're all she's got, and I think she realizes that. Just let her know she's not alone. She'll come around on her own. Alright, I'll give it a try. Do you have any advice? Urianger can talk the hind legs off a behemoth. But no, I'll say talk to Thancred. I'm afraid that since arriving in the first, I've had little time to mingle with any of the locals. I haven't a clue what young woman like Gaia would be interested in. That's given me an idea. I'll start with small talk and go from there. Actually, since before she even woke up, I mean to ask Lena what's popular in the Crystarium. I thought it might be nice to show Gaia around the place one day, you see. So that's what you were doing. I suppose it'll make for a nice change of pace from all that studying. And I must commend thee of thy choice of confidant. The captain's powers of observation maketh her a veritable font of wisdom concerning the behavior of Crystarium citizenry. Yes, now it's time to put that knowledge to good use. Don't let fear of rejection hold you back. Persistence is key. Speaking from experience, what do you mean? Lessons learned from the days spent in pursuit of ladies fair, one might suspect. Couldn't help yourself, could you? It's all right, Thancred. Your secret's safe with me. May I remind you, the reason we're here to create a better future for everyone is the first, which includes you and Gaia. While it might be on the same scale as bringing back life to the empty, if you can befriend her, that'll be another way of contributing to a brighter tomorrow. So go on, she's waiting for you. Alright, wish me luck. Oh god, where is it? Where is it? There it is. God, I can barely see that. Why are we doing... What do you want? Nothing, really. It can wait till later. For all we know, there might not even be a later. You got something to say, hurry up and spit it out. Is everything alright? Not feeling strange from being around Eden or anything? Yeah, apparently I'm not sus. Is that what you came here to talk about? Actually, I wanted to ask you... Would you like to go and have coffee biscuits with me? Oh god, that's adorable. Rena's too precious. And we're over there like, yes, she's in it. She asked. Act casual. Squat. Squat. Coffee biscuits. They serve them at the second serving at the Crystarium. Everyone's talking about them. So I thought maybe once we're finished here, we could go there together. Let me get this straight. You came here to talk to me about biscuits? Yeah, they're light and crispy, and you dip them in coffee, and they go nice and squidgy. She said that, not me. Squidgy. The only reason you're even interested in that in the first place is because everyone else is doing it. Can't you think for yourself? I do what I want, when I want. The world could end at any moment. It's not going to happen. Not if I have anything to do with it. Listen, Gaia, I understand you're going through it. Believe me, I do, but you mustn't lose hope. A due day will come, then another, and another. Life's not so bad if you give it a chance, you'll see. Shut up. You think you know me? Even I don't know who I am. Until I find the truth, I'll never be free. Then we'll find it together. I've seen enough pain, loss. I don't want to see any more. And that includes you, Gaia. Why do you care so much about other people? What have they ever done for you? I'm sure you haven't forgotten how Yulmorians treated you. The precious Oracle of Light, like a bird in a cage. And yet, you act as if that never happened. So forgiving, so selfless. You and your family brought back the night sky, and you finally had a chance to lead a normal life. But instead you're flying around in a giant sin-eater, turning a barren wasteland into some sort of paradise. For what? I may not remember much of the past, but I'm fairly certain I've never heard of anything so ridiculous. Out of morbid curiosity, I'll see it through to the end. But if you think that makes us friends, you're very much mistaken. Oomph. I surmise that to keep Gaia waiting over long would only agitate her further. Yeah, I funded most of my leveling my crafters to 80 off of coffee biscuits. With one loan from the bank. Which I paid off. Yeah, we need to get Gaia just some frickin' air and sunshine and activity, I think. Just come on, let's go do something. Anything. Not you as well. Look, I've had enough small talk to last me a lifetime, so don't even bother. You have a job to do, yes? Now be quick about it. Yes, let me go kill 2 primals at once. That you suggested. Reen's looking a bit in the doldrums, but you let me worry about that. We can't allow anything to interfere with whatever goes on in your mind when summoning those primals. Yeah, I'll be fine. I think we both rested long enough. Let's get on with it, shall we? I hope it all goes according to plan. It won't! Yeah, we're going camping, and you're going to like it. To defeat the deiform manifestations of wind and fire shall require every last mote of thy strength. That thou hast triumphed over such beings in previous encounters should be at the forefront of thy mind as we commence the summoning. Where are we going this time, Arianje? A place called Ashfall, I believe. The fables speak of travelers swelting beneath blazing heat of midday sun, while nightfall slicing winds to tear at cloaks. I see. Hopefully it won't be that bad when I drop the elements. Reen, my dear, may I remind thee thy focus is not the same as to deny other thoughts. Whatsoever it is that troubleth thee, thou wouldst be better for acknowledging it. Yeah, just sitting on it isn't going to help. It's Gaia that I'm worried about. Yeah, I know. That is well. May thy concern for her lend thee more strength. Alright, Giga Pudding. We're going camping. Let's go. On a holodeck where we can get rid of the bugs. Alright. And you're gonna like it. Sure I can. I will wear a chocobo head the entire time we're camping. Alright, what should I be for this one? Let me think about this for a minute. So I haven't done Dancer, Ninja, and that's it. I mean, there's also Gunbreaker, but I have something else planned to show off Gunbreaker. 20! Excuse me. So, yeah, see, the thing is, I know I suck at Ninja, and I'm already a bit of a load here. I'm just gonna go Dancer. I'm just gonna go Dancer. The right setup, everything's cool. Cool, I'm good, let's do it. Actually, I changed my mind. I will go with Red Mage. I had a thought. Actually, do I have enough item level to do this? That's a good question. Hang on just a second. I don't know the requirements here. No, it's going to be here, isn't it? 45 on the high end. Nope, I'm good. Okay, cool. Yep, Red Mage, I'm good. I can bring a res this way. Thank you, Vendalia, as always, but the answer is I don't understand your question. Yeah, I was basically I was seeing if I'm going to need it anytime soon, and I'm not, so we're good. And I'll put that towards Steins Gate. So, does FF14 interweave with its own stories? Yes, there is some bleed over and crossover internally. Does it connect to anything externally? The answer there is no. There's really, 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 really few, very small, very precise interactions externally. So for the most part, it's its own thing. Now, Lunaruth believes that Urianger hiding stuff has not been suitably answered. So your guess is as good as mine at that point, Lunaruth. So I don't know is what I'm going to go with. I'd like to just eject that personally, Asdamine, but yes. I mean, in my frank opinion, that's right up there with FF4 After Years' explanation of the other Final Fantasies, which is also not something I'm very fond of. That's whatever. Like I have all Neo-ish Guardian except for my weapon, which is a classical. By which I mean Cezanne, or whichever this was. Byakuo? God, I don't remember. It's one of the two. It's Byakuo, my bad. Amazing weapon. Incredible. None can stand against my inky blots. That's a good question, Alex. But hang on. Let me look at the question bot really quick here, because I think I missed a couple in the middle of all that. So Gum Gum says, do you think it makes sense for a sci-fi military to be more a defense force than a military aggression? So that's a... You asked a complex question, of course. So I'm going to go with yes with caveats, because the problem is, the more advanced you are, either technologically, magically, or both, the more likely it is that wars of aggression are a bad idea, because then you have to think about counterstrikes and counterattacks and how devastating they could be. In a setting where you can destroy planets with sufficient, knowledge of physics, which, by the way, we have that understanding of physics now, we just can't do it, then you don't want to push someone into a corner, you know what I mean? So, an aggressive force is either going to be a destructive force, which is just not useful, there's nothing beneficial to that, other than just wiping out the enemy, or it's going to be a adaptive force, which is more dealing with things that don't involve fighting the enemy. Most evil primal, asks Mr. Red. That's a hard question to answer. Good night, True Whisperer. Since the primals arguably don't even really have much of a mind to them in any real sense of the word, but Garuda was the first one I was thinking of. I mean, even Bahamut is just a ball of rage, right? And pain. Thornton? I wasn't counting pseudos, although Thornton was more stupid than he was evil, to be blunt, which is funny given how smart his plan was. I'm gonna stick with Garuda, I suppose. What is the biggest plot hole in StarCraft 1 or 2 and Warcraft 3? That's a hell of a stretch there. Biggest plot hole in StarCraft and Warcraft. That's actually a good question. StarCraft plot holes. Let's just Google it, see what we got here. These are not useful. I have no idea. I can't think of one. Yeah, that feels more like a bad retcon in my book. But I agree with you.
Both wind and fire have answered the call. Green, are you alright?
Oh yeah, time to die. Tell what we were thinking of when we fought Garuda, given that that's our memories of her. This will also be my second time fighting this, because I've never gotten this in roulette, so this should be fun. Oh, we're all gonna die. I don't know any of the mechanics, so we're just gonna be making it up as we go. Wings! I do like multiple wings, I always have. It's okay, I wanted to bring a Res or Linear. I was gonna bring Dancer, but actually I want to bring Dancer for E7, I believe it is. That's why I changed my mind at the last minute. So, in response to your question, Alex, the answer is I'm still debating. That's why that negative is in italics. I agree, this is a better Garuda model, but honestly it should be, because, you know, they've had a few years to do better design, and they're not on a PS3 anymore. I'm playing a red mage. Playing a red mage. Well, that hurt. Not sure why it hurt. And death. Okay. Cool. Got a knockback. Also cool. 2 people. Got it. That would be terrible, Raekwyn. We already had that in, okay. The Amarot dungeon, so... Okay. Movement, which also affects orbs. Got it. Let's get you up. Round 2. Should have Shiva and Ifrit, then it could have been a completely unnecessary FF6 reference. We all know how important those are. I remember this phase. This phase sucks. was a little close, but managed it. Before I die. There we go. My only purpose here is to be a reser. There's I'm not going to try to pronounce that. You know what's funny is the exact same thing has killed me every single time I've died in this fight. I still don't know how to dodge it. Okay, that's not true. One time I died. And it wasn't that thing. Nope. Is there a way to track how many times I rezzed in that fight? No reason, I'm just curious. Good job, everyone. Good job. Oh my goodness. Oh. So, this is probably a little bit of my, haha, Reggie. This is a bit of my color blindness bit, but I could not see those spikes until you specifically pointed them out to me. The spikes that were doing the things. That's why I kept getting hit by it. And what the thing is, those give vuln stacks, so I'd get hit by that, and that would kill me. Because then I would be doing another mechanic where you stand in something, like the two-piercing thing, and I would take the little damage from that, but I had a vuln stacks that would kill me. That's why I said every death I had, except for the one, was because I kept getting hit by the spikes. Because I would see the attack, but not the spikes. Oh, man. You had wonderful timing as always, Mr. Red. I actually did notice that. I was just paying very colorful attention. By the way, that is exactly why I brought Red Mage to that fight. So there could be reses. Oh my goodness. Okay, so hang on. So Futurama, Donkey Kong Country, Streaminations, Futurama, Streaminations, Metal Gear Solid 2. Yeah, I know, right, Alex? I was just like, I'm just gonna keep doing my thing and keep rezzing. That's my job. I'm a resbot. Resbot, resbot, resbot. What the hell is Broken Sword Director's Cut, Mr. Red? I mean, if it's on the list, whatever. But I have no idea what that game is off the top of my head. It's on the list. Okay, cool. Thank you, Mr. Red, very much. Always and ever, I do appreciate. Thank you much. And yeah, that's Futurama, Donkey Kong Country, Streaminations, Metal Gear Solid 2, Owl House, Last Stand, and Broken Director, just to say all that out there. So next one I'll be going as a dancer. Oh my goodness. Don't look at me, Rax. I'm not even touching the loot. None of this is loot I want. I want savage loot. That was incredible. I never imagined they would fuse like that, but you took them down all the same. I suppose the main thing is we're now 2 elements closer to the ether of the empty. Let's go see what a difference it made. Sure. Crystal's looking cool. So it's raining. I like that rain, Gaia. By the way, look at her outfit. It should actually be pooling in her outfit. Like, at the very least, in the hood she's got at the back. Our endeavors have been repaid. Manifold. I wonder what'll happen if we restore ice. Oh, God. That sounds good right now, Overseer USA. Or watermelon? Oh, that sounds even better. Is something the matter? One more element and then what? You'll have achieved the impossible while still be nothing. No memory, no past, no family, nothing. The world has moved on and left me behind. Anyone who ever knew me is either dead or gone. What's your mood like, Mr. Red? So, almighty Eden, you can mend the broken world, but you can't restore one girl's memories. Give me my life back, damn you. I still hunger. Tired. Don't cook while you're tired. Do some stretches, then cook. Extinguish the accursed light. Enough riddles, tell me who I am. You are just a puppet. Sorry. I am Gaia. Yeah, it doesn't help anything. Gaia, what's wrong? Reclaim your memories. Fulfill your destiny. See you around, Elizar. Sorry I couldn't think of a plot hole. I tried. I don't understand. Gaia, can you hear me? You must become one with the Senate. Get away from me. Amidst the sound of falling rain, your voice called from within. Long after the rain passed, your voice echoed on. Listen, I don't mean to go into Palpatine voice. It's just very natural for me, you understand? Just get over with it. Get it over with, would you? Poor Gaia. If the fairy lives inside her, why would it let her suffer like this? Pray be on thy guard, my friend. Gaia may yet relinquish control to the voice within. Okay, so yeah, E7 is the one I think. E7 is the different colored portals, right? Because it's a personal favorite of mine. Yeah. Well, this downpour is precisely the result we were hoping for. By the way, I'm totally going to die on this fight because there's one thing that I actually always screw up on. And I think it's literally because I can never remember which one it is. Because it's either one way or the inverse of that, and I can never remember which it is. So I tend to get hit by it. So I'm going to die. I'm just going to let you know in advance. But I actually really like this upcoming fight, despite the fact that I die on it a lot. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, this downpour is precisely the result we were hoping for. The novelty of standing in the right wears off rather quickly. Let's go figure this out. Well, I don't know the speech by heart, because I usually am not watching it Overseer USA, and I play with the game muted, so I usually am not hearing it either. Yeah, that was a big donation from Alex, specifically. He says, I want you to go... You want me to kill... Okay. Alright, Rax, I'm afraid I have to kill you 80 times! Jesus, this is going to take a minute. Where's Rax at? I got this, Killing as a dancer is going to be rough, but I think I can do it. We got this. Sorry, I'm curious of something. Become what you must. A team killer. What does it want? Why won't it tell me? I'm not sure what's going on with Gaia, but it's certainly a cause for concern. Maybe this fairy is making itself known. Now think about it, I don't really know much about Eden. So we need to find out about how it's connected to Gaia. I should try to understand it at a deeper level. To be honest, there's not much else I can do. Okay, so I have a suggestion. I don't want to be bowing during this song, because this song gets old. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get up to the point where we're in the fight, then we're going to get into the fight, and we're not going to pull, and someone other than me is going to describe to Lanayruth how this fight goes, and then I'm going to describe how this fight goes. And I'm going to fail at it, because it's just dumb and I'm stupid. Moving on. And I also don't like this song. Ere we set forth to summon the element device, I would discuss the manner in which summoning shall be undertaken. Just tell me one thing, is this going to bring the empty back the way it was before the flood? That's the goal. It may be reasonable to assume the empty shall continue to transform and, in decades to come, regain its semblance of its former state. Decades? I don't think you've quite grasped the sheer scale of the damage left in the wake of the flood. It could have swallowed the entire world if Benfilia hadn't stopped it. Even if Reen had inherited her blessing, wounds like that don't heal overnight. After all, the Empty's been devoid of life for 100 years. We really do, Cashel. It works out, but it probably shouldn't as much as it does. Might even take us longer to bring that life back. I don't expect immediate results, but I do know it'll stay like this forever until we do something about it. My sentiments precisely. Only once the final element is restored shall we have a glimpse of the future that awaiteth those of generations yet to come. You do all this for worlds you'd not live long enough to see? Well, here I am, so absorbed in my own problems I can barely spare a thought for anyone besides myself. Oh. Music's gone. Okay, I'm actually going to pause right here. Thank you, Alex. I do appreciate it. Always and ever. Much obliged. Thank you. I used to do a bunch of old-nighters back in the day, back when I had my IT job, and... You know, most of my friends who work in IT make double, literally twice, off the top what I make. But I found myself thinking something weird last night, and I was thinking how much I am grateful that I don't have their jobs. And I know that sounds weird, because having twice the money that I make would be nice, but... Yeah, no, they were... Not only do I remember how bad IT was, and the long hours, especially since most IT people at high end are salaried specifically so they can be forced to work long hours and not get paid extra for it, but also the job itself is really kind of... And you know what? I appreciate y'all. I just wanted to say that. I know I say that a lot, but I still mean it. So before we move forward, I do actually have several things I want to talk about super quick. First of all, Gaia. I've been paying very careful attention to Gaia this time around. If you know what I mean. No, I'm joking. Because, by memory, Gaia is a prat who then becomes good, right? So I've been paying very careful attention to her writing, to her dialogue, to try and see how much and how bad it is. And I'm going to say that I absolutely do not blame anyone for disliking Gaia as a character. However, I don't even dislike her early on. I'm not sure I'm with you on this, Alex, but I do have to mention that it's interesting how gradient her character has been. Because, yeah, she puts people off and she is absolutely a prickly person. No question. And again, no judgment if you dislike her. You know, that's 100% understandable. But paying attention, she's actually quite well written, quite well executed, and there is a gradient there. If you've been paying attention, even in the relatively few quests we've already seen, there has already been movement. There's already been signs and noticeabilities that there's something more than one-dimensional, which, remember what we talked about just yesterday, I think it was, with the weapon chain? One of the ways you make an unpleasant character understandable or interesting or engaging is you put a hook there. A narrative hook that indicates that there's more to them than just the one dimension you're seeing, right? That's one of the ways you can write an irritating character well. That's what they didn't do with Valens. There was nothing else to Valens. He's a creep face. The end. But you'll notice how already Gaia has had indicators. Things that show that there is something more to her. That really what she's doing is primarily lashing out. And that makes her irritating and it makes her frustrating, especially since we are rather fond of the people she's lashing out at, especially Reen. But let's be clear, this is lashing out, not legitimate malevolence. And if you're paying attention, there's already signs that she already cares about and appreciates Reen. Probably because she's the only one of her age group in the apocalypse that gives a damn about her, right? So my point is, all of this has actually been fairly well constructed and well presented, so I think I'm going to remove the potential negative I was thinking about giving to Gaia. Now, the other thing I'm going to talk about is the previous two boss fights. Ramukxion and Garudfried. Now, I have to admit my mood was bad in the former, and that taints my opinion very much so. No, I'm gonna keep calling him Garudfried, if that's okay with you. Them. But yeah, no, exactly. Squall syndrome is Squall should have been. This is gonna sound strange. Gaia is what Squall should have been. And I mean that. Now, years and years of development practice and better translation practice make that make sense. It's no surprise that they are able to do that type of archetype better 20 years later, right? But nevertheless, I stand by the statement. This is more in the direction Squall should have been, the child, because Squall is a child mentally and emotionally who is struggling to cope and deal with it. So, and yeah, it also lines up given the fact that this is rather FF80, this entire raid chain. I mean, it's called Eden, for God's sakes. But anyways, back to the boss fights. So looking at Ramu, God, that's Ramu. I have to admit that Ramu, God, I have to admit it's a decently well-constructed fight that is probably deserving of a positive. So I'm just going to type down E5, and I'll type up reasons later. E6, the one we just did. E6 is a little bit too punishing, in my opinion. And I obviously have issues with the spike thing, and it's hard to grade something that's literally a me problem. But I want to stress that I'm not exaggerating when I say that I didn't see the spikes at all until they were specifically called out for me. And then I knew what to look for, and then I didn't get hit by them again from that point onwards. But that's a little it's a little bit too unforgiving, as I think the number of dead we had showed. Because part of the problem with the Garuda Frit fight is almost everything that hits you, which is dodgeable, does a vuln stack, and almost everything that hits you, regardless, does a huge amount of damage. So, and I think Alex actually mentioned this earlier, maybe it might have been someone else, but, you know, getting hit by anything might as well be a failure point, because the unavoidable damage is just going to straight up kill you, unless you're topped off, and even if you're topped off, it might not. So I think it does have a little bit of an overtune problem and a little bit too unforgiving problem. I do still think it's a good fight. It still earns a positive, but I think I'm going to give it either an aggregate or a full negative, and I wanted people's thoughts on that. So if anybody wants to give input on that, let me know. I'm going to jump into the dialogue again. For so long, says Gaia, I've listened to that voice telling me what to do, who to be. I was so scared of what might happen if I disobey, but I don't want to live like that anymore. I want to be me. Who am I? What am I? Maybe it's better I never find out. If Reen's the Oracle of Light, here to mend the broken world, what does that make me? Gaia, the Oracle of Darkness, bringer of misery and death, a monster. It's no wonder they left me. Mother, father, and next it'll be all of you, and then I'll be back where I started, where I've always been, alone. And I know it's easy to look at this and say, oh, whatever, you're exaggerating, but this is very much like what a mind of a child would have. Like I said, this is Squall. She doesn't have the emotional or mental maturity to really comprehend or deal with the crap she's been through. So she kind of goes into self-pitying sulk mode, for lack of a better way to put it. And this is what it is, you know? Which is why our next fight will not be Shiva. What's wrong? Afraid I might lose control and ruin all your carefully laid plans? No, it's you I'm worried about. I'm going outside to clear my head. You just do what you need to do, okay? Yeah, depression is legitimately something that perverts your thoughts, for lack of a better way to put it. It is a filter, and it's not a good one. I feel like whoever wrote this either has personal experience or has studied this kind of issue, because this is pretty well constructed. If we have a repeat of our first visit to Eden, we may be joined by those Void Sent friend of hers. Go see what Gaia is doing. Ariane and I will stay with Reen. Okay. I should probably say that I unabashedly gush about the next fight, but it's because I think it's extraordinarily clever. Unique might even be a good word for it. My name's Gaia. That's what you said, isn't it? See, that's a valid point, Rax, but, and this is purely my opinion, Dark Souls. Eden, the Flood, what does it all mean? This can't be. Is this what I've been waiting for all this time? Finally, you remember. You are the Senate. No, I don't want to be a bunch of stuffy old people who can't make a decision. I mean, trial and error is a thing in video games, and it's a gradient. It's not a binary thing for me. Trial and error is not inherently bad game design, nor is it inherently good. It's just a thing. So I say Dark Souls, but honestly, even in Dark Souls, it actually bounces back and forth between being acceptable and unacceptable, in my opinion. The accursed spawn of light are drawn to it like moths to a flame. Pathetic, mindless, easy to bend to my will. Sin Eaters? Now the time of awakening has come. Yeah, I know, Omega Legion. In fact, I was, back before I knew what the last few fights were, I was predicting there was going to be an Ultimecia fight coming up because of this. You know, FFA references. So yeah, we got an issue. There's eaters, what happened? Well, you know. We got problems. Don't try to fight them. Just bring Gaia back inside. Now, then go fight them. Hey, Evo. She is unconscious. What entity is this that should hold a horde of sin eaters in its thrall, and to what end? She's in a bad way, but at least she doesn't seem to have lost control. Whoops, that's Linnea. You're not an NPC! Yeah, as much as I love the upcoming fight, I am almost guaranteed to give it a negative. We'll see. Lore, if that one's scared to repel our assailant. What? Okay. And I'm good to go. That's the one. Iconoclasm. The most you're gonna need is 485. Whatever. So that's your goal. Listen, Zero doesn't want to be our healer. We all know this. Zero hates healing. Oh, gotcha, to repair. I mean, if I need to heal, I actually don't mind healing this. If you want to bring a Deeps. I was just going to bring Dancer because I know this fight, so I figured this is a good time to test Dancer out. But I can heal it too, I'm fine with that. By test Dancer out, I mean review Dancer, but you know what I mean. So yeah, I'm cool with whatever. Zero wants to be a ninja just to prove that ninjas don't completely suck. Which we all know, ninjas completely suck. I'll try to explain this fight. I will fail at it, because a lot of it's going to be muscle memory, if that makes any sense. By the way, fun fact, I've actually gotten this upcoming fight the most of all the Eden fights in roulettes. I think I've gotten it like 6 or 7 times. Oh, you left an explanation in chat. Oh, cool. Well, never mind then. Yay. Yeah, the portals are really the main mechanic. Well, I mean, lunch break is after this Omega Legion. We're not even going to hit E8 before the lunch break, which is fine. We're making good progress. So if I was to make an Omega-style raid series for 8, 9, and 10... Ooh, that's a long question. So let's skip 8 for now. So which bosses would be most interesting to make as raid fights in 14 from 9? Now, let's go and just start by saying Necron, although Necron would probably be the final boss thereof. Do some story stuff with it, too. I wouldn't add Kuja. So, hang on. I'm assuming we're doing an interpretation thing, like the Eden series, rather than, here's a replication of the originals, like the Omega series. If it's just, there's Kuja, then okay, that's a little bit different. That being stated, I would be disinclined to do Kuja as well, simply because Kuja would be just X-Death again, in terms of gameplay. Here's his spells. Here's his spells when he is in, trance.
So many of them. But nothing we can't handle.
So this should be fun. I will give it to 0. Here you go, 0. Enjoy. Or maybe not. Shoot. Whoops! I just pulled. Just, you know. Didn't mean to. Literally mouse clicking. And ended up mouse clicking. Funny how that works out. So, that's a thing. Really bad proc luck here, holy crap. So, one thing I do like about this fight that it does better than, frankly, most of the Eden fights is the tutorialization. Here's the attacks, here's the portals, and you can see, just by literally by watching, this is where they're going to go in and this is where they're going to come out. Yep. Then we've got this little thing. This is fun. So you're going to end up wherever that orb is over there. You see that? That's where we're actually going to end up. Somebody over by Kata here. Bonk. So, you might think, why even do that? It doesn't do anything. Because it's a tutorial. Like I said, one of the things I like so much about this fight is they actually bother to tutorialize basically everything in a safe way, too, before they actually start hitting you in the face with it, which they're absolutely going to start hitting us in the face with it, by the way. This is a mean fight, I should probably mention. By the way, if you see that beam aiming towards someone, it should aim at the tanks, but it's still on you if you see that beam and you are near it. Don't be near it, because that beam is going to kill you. It is there to hit the tanks. So then we get colors. So. Opposite. The goal here is to get hit by the opposite. I wasn't 100% sure about that, but yes. So this is when we add another layer. Now, all of that is in the mouse over, so you can't actually see it there, but it's just a lot to read. And we see that it changes us based on getting hit by it, and we just have straight-up color ones in order to indicate where we are and why. Now, a lot of people are dead, so that's not good. Unfortunately, I can't res people as a dancer. I hate to keep talking about this, but one of the things I really champion when it comes to raid design is tutorialization in the fight. WoW actually gets around this by tutorializing in the trash. Almost every raid fight from Pandaria onwards, the trash tells you how to fight the boss. We'll go over here. Make sure not to aim it over the edge, Lunarith. Don't aim it over the edge. Oh no. Well, there goes Lunarith. Bye! Alright, so, you see how it puts you wherever it ends up? That's what you have to watch. You have to watch where it's going, not where it's where you currently are. Here, over here. Now the problem is, and the reason why I said this fight is probably getting a negative, is because it's a brilliantly constructed, well-designed, unique, fun, engaging, well-tutorialized fight that is very, very binary. If you fail at something, you die. And almost every fight and almost every mechanic in this just straight up kills you if you screw it up. That was a straight up DPS in Rage, if you didn't catch that. So. So, in the interest of time and all that fun stuff, I would like to go ahead and only give this one more legit shot, because it's actually my lunchtime. So, I know, I am selfish, I do apologize. I won't pull early this time, I swear. Sorry. I feel really stupid about that. You can tell I haven't been playing Raged lately. I don't have that ability at this level. Well, on the plus side, I know this fight well enough to actually review it just by memory. Point in fact, I don't think... Like it's nice to review, to re-review, but honestly, my opinion hasn't changed whatsoever about this fight, and I don't think it's going to. It's a good fight. It's a good fight. It's a bad fight. Plus, plus, negative. I might be willing to go into 3+ territory. I don't know, because I really enjoy this fight, but that's also some bias talking. It does have one rather significant flaw, and that is the fact that it is long. does not have mid-mission checkpoints. A problem we'll run into in E12 as well. Ironically, I actually don't like this song that much, as to mean. But I'm still debating it. This is the downside. So what I mean by long, I should actually clarify that rather than just saying it's a long fight. The main problem here is that the fight always tutorializes itself, which ironically sounds like a good thing instead of a bad one. But my point is that every time you go through this, you have to go through the tutorial phases again. So that's going to be... Yep, nope. I was right. It was admittedly a little bit of a guess. I don't know why I said red first. I meant blue first. I even did it correctly. Like, I like this, right? There's no mechanic here. It's just, this is how this works. And that's it. And I like that. I like the fact that it's just, here's what this does in a vacuum so you can understand how it works. Like I said, even objectively, I think this is a well-constructed fight. If not for the fact that it beats the snot out of you and is so punishing, like binary punishing, which I tend to be very against when it comes to difficulty design, this would probably be an easy full net positive fight, or full gross positive fight, excuse me. So remember, opposites. And yeah, you gotta move pretty quickly on several of these. What color am I? If you can't see what color you are, look for the buff icon. If you can't see that, look down and get away from other people. Also, I like how I'm doing substantially more DPS than any other DPS class I've been playing so far. That's not bragging, it just says something about how much more comfortable I am with Dancer. That's really what that is. Whoop! Okay, so we're gonna do this. Oh, that's bad. Okay, hang on. There we go. Remember, it's where you end up that matters. Much better. Okay, so you've seen all the mechanics. It's going to start mixing and matching them now. Yeah, this is going to start being a thing. This looks like it's going to be red first? What a guess. Yep, I was right. Whatever, open up, are in. Yeah, we're good, we're good. We're doing alright. We're doing alright. Nice and steady, as the saying goes. Good buff going. Sorry I'm kind of ignoring chat right now. This is... I love this fight, but it's a mean fight. This is the cyber shadow of these bosses. I love it, but, you know... So it's gonna be red first. Oh, sorry. Almost screwed that up. I'll go over here. Okay. No, I was wrong. Damn it. And like I said, failure is death, just straight up. And yeah, this is exactly why I was cautioning holding off on the limit break. Although I don't think I said that out loud, but you know what I was doing. Big cooldown a few seconds after I say this. Somebody wants to stagger DPS cooldowns. That was on me. I was mispositioned there. Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to say anything until we actually had it. But, very good job, everyone. That is legitimately probably the hardest fight we've faced of the 7 so far. And y'all killed it. So, yeah, good job. Okay. Yeah, that one's mean. That one is unabashedly mean. I love it. You can see why I love it. All right. Now to stab Alex. Stab, stab, stab. Alright, Alex is dead. As well it should be. See, Fire Wind is just normal mechanics. That's one of the reasons I tend to like this particular one a little bit better. But, anyways. Oh my god, what do we do? Well, we're going to complete this quest. And probably get a cutscene. I probably shouldn't have done that. I probably should have waited. Good night, Omega Legion. Have good rest. Meanwhile, what is this place? Where is everyone? So I'm all alone. Even the fairy is gone. It's endless silence, endless darkness. Is this what death feels like? It's no use. No one can hear me. How ironic. All the times I wanted peace and quiet, now that I finally have it, I wish I had someone to talk to. By the way, notice that she does the mental thoughts thing just like Squall does, too. I thought I couldn't stand to be around them. All their interfering and fussing, and yet I was never lonely. But it's no use. Even after everything we went through, my memories still won't come back. There's no future awaiting me. Only empty. Did I say mental thoughts? Mental speech or internal monologue. There we go. There we go. God. Those memories can stay lost forever if only this pain will leave me. And now it's Kingdom Hearts. Now I close my eyes and sink into darkness, and then I'll suffer no more. Gaia. Mother, Father, wake up! I understand now. Why wait for tomorrow to claim us when we could just kill ourselves now? Daily mandated suicide. The perfect moment never has to have. I'm not giving up on you guys. Say something! You want? Yeah, they just added that in the patch content of Shadow, Zed, and I agree. It's a good move. Remember all the things we do? Like go to the second serving for coffee biscuits? She never agreed to that. Okay. I never agreed to anything of the sort. Thank goodness, I was so worried about you. Do you have to be so loud? The fairy fell silent, only to be replaced by Reen's voice ringing through my head. Never thought I'd be so glad to hear it. And I will agree with you in part, Rax. I'm still debating. In fact, I think I will chew on it over lunch. Get it? But I do think I will chew on that a bit over lunch, because you know me, I tend to be very in favor of tutorialization in gameplay. So I'll have to debate. But either way, I'll be back at some point in time. And I'll see you in a bit.